It's time for National STOL. Hot off the heels of some absolutely show-stopping competition in Moses Lake, Washington, the series has crossed the country to the mountains of Clarion County Airport in Shippenville, Pennsylvania for the series' 5th stop. It's our inaugural competition here, and some of National STOL's most intense competitors have made the trip. Steve Henry returns to the series in Yeehaw 8. Brian Steck is bringing a new set of wings to compete against Keith Lang in his Super Cub in the Adventure class, and they'll both have to contend with Warhorse, back in the sky after a brain-breaking performance in Moses Lake, this time piloted by Jared Garrettson.
Takeoff and landing competitions are simple. We have the pilots here competing in separate classes to get the lowest score possible. As you see behind me, we have the start-finish line, so let's start with the takeoff.
This runway is marked with a start-finish line, and as a competitor parks their main gear on the line, they apply power and position their aircraft to get off the ground as soon as possible. Once their main gear leaves the ground, a line judge will mark their takeoff score using the measuring line along the side. This score will be added to the pilot's landing score on this heat. The landing is in 2 parts. It's either over the line and counted, or if the pilot's main gear touches down before the line, or even touches the line, this heat score is scratched and results on a landing disqualification, and the pilot will have to rely on another takeoff and landing score to get them on the podium. A quick look at our aircraft shows we have 2 types of landing gear, tricycle and tail draggers. On the tail dragger aircraft, the score is marked from the 2 main wheels toward the front of the airplane. And for tricycle landing gear, the score is marked by the 2 main gear in the rear of the aircraft. It's a fierce competition out here, but at the end of the day, it's all about building better and safer pilots in the skies.
It's a great day for STOL competitions. Let's get it started.
And welcome everybody, STOL freaks, Av geeks, we're getting ready to go here at Appalachian Mountain STOL 2024. You got the judges walking the line. We're getting ready for some STOL action here in Pennsylvania, and what a wonderful weekend it's been so far. We got some great practice coming in there. Everyone, my name is Ryan Dombrowski.
And I'm Cam Walton.
And we're ready to go, bringing you at home and here in Pennsylvania, the show. We had an awesome, awesome lineup yesterday, and we're going to have an awesome, awesome lineup today. Little bit of rain hanging out in Pennsylvania right now. We've got some storm systems to the north of us, but they're all well clear. Winds are good. We had a little rain kind of just moistening things briefly for us. But things are getting ready to go, and we are getting amped up. You can see there on the screen, Brian Steck's here to go. Look at that crowd filling in already, despite that rain shower that came in before. If you're here in Pennsylvania, let's hear from you, everybody. Thanks for coming out. Really appreciate you. And, Cam, we got to get things kicked off, and the first thing we always have to do is, everyone, please rise, remove your hats for the national anthem. So like I said, we are gearing up for a fantastic day of competition. But Cam, let's talk a little bit about what we saw yesterday. Do you have a favorite moment from our practice session yesterday?
Of course. I mean, seeing Steve Henry come back, like that's just one of my favorite moments, of course. I really, really enjoy watching all the Highlanders. I mean, we get to see them pretty often, but it's not very often that we get to see them lined up back to back to back to back like that.
Yeah, and the Highlanders will be in the sport class a little bit later, and it's kind of interesting because we have 3 Highlanders, not including Steve's, which will be in the unlimited class, and each of them has a totally different engine. So we got a Rotax 912, we got an Apex, and then a 915, Rotax 915 in them. So it's really interesting to see how those differences in engines and piloting are all working together to get us different scores. The other thing that I'm really excited to see is we've got a kind of an adventure, no pun intended, in the adventure class. You've got Brian Steck in this brand new American Legend aircraft, MOAC. MOAC stands for the mother of all Cubs. He's spent the last 2 years building that aircraft. It is the loudest bush plane I have ever heard. He said yesterday he wasn't quite going supersonic with the tips. He said it was just below that RPM where the propeller tips go supersonic like a T6. But it is loud. It is in charge. That's going to be fun to watch. The other thing that's really great to see is we've got Jared Garrettson flying Jeff Daly's Warhorse. And if you watched Moses Lake 2 weeks ago at that air show, we had incredible winds right down the barrel. And Jeff Daly brought this new aircraft, this Badlands Traveler that he just finished out there, and that did insane numbers too. I think it was 31, 32 feet combined, something like that. Really short numbers in a very big airplane. Normally you see scores like that in the sport class or the unlimited class. Yeah. So that's going to be really fun to see. And the last thing I kind of want to tee up is Keith Lang, in a 1956 Piper Super Cub, said, you know what? Steve Henry in Unlimited can't run unopposed, so I'm coming after him. And he said yesterday, he was sitting here with Cam and I, and he said, he's like, well, all I need is I need Steve to make some mistakes, and I need a good 10 knots on the nose, and I'll take him. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. I mean, Keith is a great guy. He's a great competitor. And the fact that Steve's here and he's got some competition, I mean, I think everyone's going to enjoy that.
You can't just give it to him. I love that. So I'm looking at the radar right now. Things are looking clear here at Clarion County Airport. Check out on iFlyEFB or one of the other flight apps. If you want to follow along at home, if you're an AvGeek, you got access to a sectional program. Kilo Alpha X-Ray Quebec. Alpha X-Ray Quebec. That's where we are. We're at Clarion County Airport, elevation 1,458 feet. And we're operating on runway 624. They've got a hard surface runway. We're on the turf, just, I guess, in front of it from our point of view and from the audience's point of view here. So looking like it's going to clear up to be a fantastic day. We've got a little weather control device here at the field that National STOL has invested in, and that is keeping all of the rain away and all the clouds away, and we're ready for some great competition. You can see it there. Look, right over at Cam's face. That's good. You got the radar right there. Yeah, it looks totally fine. Got a little some sporty parts over there, but that's not going to be a problem. Here, I can point. It's over here. Yeah, there you go.
Right there.
Good job. Yeah, that's good TV. That's me and Cam working it.
You're perfect weatherman.
So we are gearing up right now to get things started, and we're going to start it with the backcountry and touring classes. So more after this.
So the touring class, it used to be just touring airplanes, and now that we've switched around the classes, because the 170Bs would always win, so they ended up putting us in the Bush class, which it's a touring airplane, and the word has it, Austin Clemens isn't coming, because the Super 170's in his class.
Tough battle, but Husky will win at the end of the day.
A little backstory here. I've been struggling. I used to be super consistent.
I think that little 4 or 5 knot crosswind just threw them off. They couldn't handle it.
So last night, Micah was he was inhaling helium, which obviously lightens the load.
So I went from the top to fighting for upper percentile.
Let me tell you something, Reese. We're out here today with some of these fine airplanes flying, but there's one that was on fire today because I had a front row seat and I watched all three of those pilots fly. Sean Johnson was on fire today. He was flying his best game, and he got to bring his best game because he's flying against Michael Lindstrom and Jeff Pohl, two of the best pilots in the lower 48. Let me tell you, brother, they're awesome out here today with this beautiful weather. It's so good to be out here.
Well, I did a pull test on my airplane. I was only pulling 745 pounds, and so I had them deburr the cylinders, and now I'm pulling 815 pounds of thrust.
Jeff Abrams from Ocala, Florida. Fly an aircraft called Piperzilla, 1965 Cherokee 180. Just enjoy it. It's a great experience, something different to do with the airplane versus just fly around the traffic pattern or go to nearby restaurants or whatever in the airplane, and gets me far away from home.
My name's Warren Grobelar. I'm from Naples, Florida, and I fly a 1955 Cessna 180.
Action!
It's a 1990 PZL 10480. It's a Wilga. It was designed as a STOL airplane, but you know, it had a lot of different uses. They dropped parachuters, and they've seen them with floats on them, and I think they tried to put rockets on them at one point. They're a pretty useful airplane. They didn't take off real big over here in the United States, but you know, it's too bad because they're a pretty neat airplane.
Hello, I'm Brandon Korn. I'm flying the Cessna 205 out of Hearne, Texas, and I'm in the heavy touring class. There's some tough competition out here.
I got no expectations of winning anything here, just trying to have some fun and kind of get my feet wet.
Well, it felt good. It's definitely a lot different flying in this high altitude, but I like it. You gotta really nurse it off the runway though. Got some competition out here. Aaron over there, flying all over the country. So we're having lots of fun.
So let's kick off the backcountry and the touring classes. And as we do, this is something actually, Cam, you and I can get I don't know if we're prevented from doing this. We can get our phones out and we can go to nationalstol.com/vote. nationalstol.com/vote. Everyone in the crowd, everyone watching at home, do that. Vote for your favorite pilot. We'd love to hear who you think is the best. The pilot that wins, they win some prizes.
Okay.
So
let's get that.
Yeah, we got to get that figured out.
Yeah.
Everyone go do that. So backcountry and touring classes coming up. Any call-outs, Cam, for the backcountry class from watching yesterday?
Actually, I wasn't able to see Jalen Parks, so I really want to see how she performs in the Citabria, which is, if you want to say the, I have the grandfather of the Citabria, the Aranca Champ. So the Citabria is an aerobatic version of the Champ, and obviously we're doing backcountry flying, so it is capable of that. But I want to see how she performs since we kind of have related aircraft.
Yeah, Jalen doing a pretty good job of getting her first time out under control yesterday. Had a couple scratches. Actually, 3 of the 4 landings she did, she scratched. She did have one good landing, but kind of rolled way out on it. And I had talked to her this morning during breakfast. Says, hey, what happened with that? And she said, I'm just still getting it dialed in. Got to get the braking action figured out. She's a very accomplished pilot, actually first-generation pilot in her family, and now owns the Citabria, almost a year in that aircraft. And she does a lot of young Eagles flights in that. So that's going to be fun to watch her fly. Yeah, you own the grandpa of the Citabria, so that'll be cool. And for me, it's kind of fun to watch, too, because the Citabria now, the modern version of it, is built literally like a mile down the road from where I grew up.
Awesome.
So American
Yeah.
Champion Aircraft there in Rochester, Wisconsin. So we've got a couple other folks to check out. We've got Jerry Clemens taxing by. He's got a Husky, and he does magic in that Husky. It's got a reverse pitch propeller.
Cheating.
It's not cheating. We'll explain that more, folks, when we get there. What that means for you in the crowd if you're new to that. So everyone, here is Jerry Clemens in the 2008 Aviat Husky A1C 200 from Benton, Kansas. Everyone, give it up for race 17, Jerry Clemens. And that is also just a really clean example of a Citabria.
It is a beautiful aircraft indeed.
At these events, we always play a little game called What Airplane is Ryan going to want to buy next? And the Citabria, it might be the perfect balance for me.
I think it would be a great balance for you.
Everyone, in the 1979 Citabria 7 GCBC. Love those. Love those. Those designation numbers. From Blacksville, West Virginia, it's Jalen Parks in race 506.
You should definitely get a Citabria. You know, I'm partial, so.
So that is our backcountry class, but also in this heat, an alpha heat, our first heat of the day, we have the touring class, and we call these the heavies. And folks, as you see the heavies taxiing up in front of you, you can understand why. In race 734 from Pensacola, Florida, everyone give it up for Sam Lavery. Talking to Sam during breakfast this morning as well, and I said, you know, how's it going in that 206? And he's like, I've just been watching all the Brandon Korn videos I can, trying to learn from what he does. Speaking of Brandon Korn, here's someone taxing up now that's giving him a run for his money in the circuit. In race 260 from Mora, Minnesota, in the 2009 Murphy Super Rebel, everyone give it up for Luke Strandland. So 4 aircraft in this heat. 2 from the backcountry class, 2 from the touring class. And folks, let me give you a little breakdown of what it's going to be like today. We are going to give you so much awesome flying action today. The aircraft in Alpha Heat and Bravo and Charlie later are all going to do 3 runs for you this morning. And then they're going to come back again and do 2 more runs in the afternoon. So they're going to get 5 total scored runs to see who wins. These aircraft aren't technically competing against each other completely. We've got Jerry versus Jalen and Sam versus Luke. Here's Jerry Clemens. Check out that onboard video. We have the green flag here in Clarion, Pennsylvania.
Let's go.
And that is a gauntlet dropped for the whole competition. Our line judge is there measuring that distance from where the main wheels left the ground. You can see we're on board with Jerry there as he enters the pattern. Here's Jalen Park taxiing up to the line in the Citabria. Any observations as a champ pilot as she gets ready to go here?
It's a beautiful aircraft. I want her to win.
There we go. Classic tail dragger stance. She's got that stick full back, that elevator in the back, holding the tail down. Now she's going to bring the tail up and pull it off the ground just a little early for Jalen. If she would have waited a half second more, it would have come into the air a little bit cleaner. But a good first showing for Jalen. Now we've got the heavies.
206 action.
Sam Lavery timed that really well, pulled right off. He maybe could even shorten that distance up. Looking at the wind, we do have some today. It was variable yesterday, and it was playing havoc during practice. Luke Strandlin up to the line in that giant Murphy Super Rebel.
Samuel on the line, or he was on the line earlier, but he's put up 205 as takeoff in the 206.
1 foot off.
Yeah.
Here's Luke now getting that tail up right away. Nice vertical action on the tail. Pulling back, and it's off. A little bit of wing drop on that left wing, and he's got to get on the rudder to even that out. And he's off into the sky. So 205, the number to beat for Luke.
I'm guessing 240 for Luke.
We're waiting. There's a spreadsheet right here. We wait anxiously to see what the scores are to bring them to you at home. 205 for Sam. Let's 246. Nice.
All right.
See, Cam's got it dialed in on the guesstimations there. Jerry Clemens now to your right, coming in the Husky, and we're hoping. So I promised I would explain this later. Guess what? It's later.
All right.
We've got a reversible pitch propeller. Now, this is something that in this aircraft normally you'd see in seaplane use to help you move around on the water. The workload's very high. We're on board with Jerry in just a second. Watch all the things his hands need to do to try to get that reverse pitch propeller working and helping him slow down. Boom! Throttle full forward, but it's stopping him. And then you see he switches it back over, and he's getting off the runway. So kind of a textbook showing there for Jerry Clemens getting it stopped. 142 feet on the takeoff. Besting Jalen's 250 feet. And 161 feet on the landing for Jerry Clemens with a combined score of 303.
Now, what happens if Jerry goes too far backwards while he's in beta?
You mean if he starts rolling backwards?
Yeah.
I think it's from wherever he was the furthest.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't just back up to the line and measure from there.
All right. Just wanted the people at home to know.
Yeah.
I knew, but.
Jalen's good over the line, holding it off. Stick full back, and now she's just got to get it stopped. You see her working those brakes, getting comfortable with those brakes in the Citabria. So she's going to be really pleased with that because during practice yesterday she had scratch after scratch. The winds were challenging for sure. She gave up, I don't know, what did she give up? Maybe 150 feet just now before she touched down.
Anxiously waiting for her number to come up.
Luke Strandlin now over the line. He's good. No, not Luke Strandlin. Sam Lavery. Sam Lavery over the line. Stopping just short of 300 feet into that 206.
I'm going to guess 290 on that landing for Samuel.
Luke Strandlin now to your right, coming in the Murphy Super Rebel, built in 2009. It is an absolute beast. You can load up, actually the 206 as well. Load your whole family in it, load all the stuff, go land at a backcountry strip, have a little picnic, maybe go fishing, doing some hunting. Perfect airplanes for that. The purists might say that Luke's is better because it's a tail dragger. Sam Lavery's score in now, combined score of 501 with a 296-foot landing. So you weren't too far off again, Kim. You're good at reading that parallax on the scores there for us.
Getting close. I love the way the Murphy Super Rebel looks. It just looks like a beast.
Oh, good over the line for Luke Strandlin. That tail wheel did touch just before the line, and that is okay. You heard in the beginning, we're only measuring from those main wheels. So a tactic is get that tail wheel down before the line, start getting some drag from the ground on the aircraft. It'll help slow you down, get a better score. You'll see people do that to varying degrees. Eddie Sanchez at Oklahoma
I was
drug
just
his
thinking
tail,
about that.
what, 50 feet, 70 feet, something like that? Jerry Clemens taxiing up, seeing he's pulling that aircraft position to the right. So what I'm reading is he's got a crosswind from the left, wants to get as much wind on the nose as possible, so he's cheating into the wind a little bit. Tail up, tickling the grass a little bit there. Here he goes, flaps down, and he's up.
Wow. Just a little bit over 100 feet, looks like.
So Jerry Clemens' first takeoff, 142 feet. That was drastically shorter.
Drastically.
Jalen Park on the line now in the Citabria. Yeah, 103 feet for Jerry Clemens.
Okay, awesome. Let's go, Jalen.
She's full throttle now, getting that tail up a little bit sooner, wagging that rudder back and forth and just pulling it off. That's going to be a good improvement for Jalen as well.
She did considerably better on that one as well. It's looking somewhere under 200 maybe.
First takeoff was 250 for Jalen. Sam Lavery with the throttle going in the 206. He's giving it the beans. Here he goes. Flaps down, tail down. He's in the air. And the challenge for the 206, I was talking to Sam this morning. He said, you know, the one thing that I never really realized was going to work against me is the electric flaps in the 206. You can't modulate them the way the manual flap handles work in most bush planes. It's something Brandon Korn talks a lot about, too. He's got to time it all right because he's waiting on an electric actuator to move that control surface. Here's Luke Strandland.
Up and away. And we're going to say 200, looks like.
Pulled a little late.
Oh, no. Actually, I'm way off.
Okay, where are we going to be?
I don't know.
Where are we going to be? So Sam Lavery improved by a handful of feet. His best takeoff now this run, 197. Luke Strandland, let's wait for that number to come in to see how right Cam was. You can see to the right, Jerry Clemens already on final approach in the Husky.
Do you think his workload is high on final right now for Jerry?
I do. I mean, he keeps it pretty stable. I think the highest workload part, though, is the after touchdown. He's got so many things to do. Look at, I mean, you can watch there.
Yeah, we can watch him here.
All the different controls he's trying to operate at the same time. Classic, right? Throttle, stick inputs, plus his rudder. You know, his feet are dancing.
Yep.
Getting it up on the, yep. See him drop those flaps. Tried to get the reverse pitch going, and it didn't engage, I think, the way he wanted it to. So you saw him pull back on the throttle right way because he didn't want to push himself further down the runway.
Right.
Really high workload there as he's working with that reverse pitch propeller. People always thought his nephew, Austin Clemens, uses that a lot. And everyone's like, oh, that's not fair. It's a silver bullet. It's like, yeah, well, it only works when it works.
Right.
Right? It's not a silver bullet. The workload's much higher, so it's a trade-off for them.
So it does not engage exactly how you anticipate every time.
Well, I think it has to do with it's not designed necessarily, and I might be speaking a little out of turn here, but my understanding is that, you know, the engine's got to be below a certain RPM.
Okay.
And so on landing, when you're trying to be at idle, get on the brakes, flaps, whatever, you might be trying to engage it. And here's Jalen now coming in, giving up maybe about 150 feet.
Yeah.
You're trying to get that thing engaged and flipped over to switch the prop pitch, but if you're just a few RPM too high, it's not going to do it. So it's all this dance of trying to get it exactly timed out right.
So what you're saying is this isn't easy.
It's not easy. No, absolutely not easy. So let's look. Jerry Clemens dropping it a lot of footage, dropping some pounds on that from 303 down to 221 combined. Jalen Park shaving off over 50 feet on her takeoff distance. Let's see what she did on the landing distance.
And we have Samuel coming in the 206. Nose down. Kind of lawn darted it in there.
He's got those wheels just totally locked up, just sliding on the turf. He is going for it. Look at these scores. So, by the way, Jalen Park, big improvement, over 100 feet shaved off. She's down to 625, so she's killing it. Sam Lavery giving Luke a run for his money a little bit here on this run. 197-foot takeoff. Whereas Luke actually went up a couple feet on his takeoff. 440, the distance to beat. Let's wait for it to come in.
Looks like the line judges are having a discussion out there. While we wait, we'll watch the Super Rebel come in. Luke Strandon.
Just hovering and hovering and hovering. Look at how deep into the angle of attack he can get. We talk about that, folks. It's how high that nose is. Here's that tail coming down a little bit after the line this time.
That rate of descent was awesome, though.
Getting it nice and stop balanced on those mains. So Sam Lavery, okay, folks, we have a race. Look at this. Sam Lavery now down to 449.
All right, yeah.
Just 9 feet beyond Luke. And I don't know if that last landing by Luke is going to be competitive against that. He's still going to be in the lead with 440, but I don't think he's improved on it. We'll see what the number comes in. Jerry Clemens taxing up in the double deuce. Number 17 ready to go. Yeah, 509 that time for Luke Strandland, so still holding his lead, but just barely. Watches Jerry working the flaps. Boom, flaps up, stick back. Working those ailerons. Getting the flaps back off. Climbing off into the wild blue yonder. Love that onboard shot.
That
Holy cow.
onboard shot is
If you're
amazing.
in the crowd here in Clarion, nationalstol.com. Check it out. We'd love to chat with you. Ask your questions for the crowd. But you can also see some of these amazing onboard images we have throughout the day. Here's Jalen Park.
I'm guessing 255 on that one.
It's so specific. So her best takeoff so far, 195. And it looks like we have just a little bit of rain coming down. That's no big deal. These airplanes don't melt. They're not made of sugar. 254 for Jalen. Look at you, man. All right, here we go. Sam Lavery on the roll in the mighty 206. Touching that tail just a little bit. Keeping it nursed off. If he were to settle back down and the wheels would touch the grass again, we would have to measure from that specific point. I'm looking at the radar right now, and it looks like we're just got a little rain shower here. Nothing to be concerned about. Luke Strandland at the line now in the Super Rebel. Owns a metal fabrication company in Minnesota. Here he goes, tail up. Taking a bite, here he goes, pulling back. A little early for Luke there. Now he's getting those flaps nursed off. And when I say, when Cam and I say it's a little early, if you see someone They'll get the tail up in a tail dragger, and then you'll see them kind of aggressively pull back on the stick. The tail will drop back down to the ground. If the airplane is flying speed, everything's looking good from an air perspective over the wings, it'll kind of leap into the air. If it doesn't leap into the air, it just wasn't timed right. We weren't going fast enough. We didn't have enough wind over the wings. So that's where we say pulling a little early. If it doesn't fly when they pull, it's just a little too early.
And there's always a feeling for when you pull, and it's not always the same. It's always based off of atmospheric conditions and the wind, but you can pull early, and ground effect will not allow you to leave the ground. So if you pull a little bit later, what you're saying, basically, if there's air over the wings, then you'll achieve lift, and you'll leap off the ground, basically.
Jerry Clemens, good over the line, bouncing around a little bit there.
There we
Reverse pitch
go.
working, look at that, kicking up some dust. Love watching that with Jerry. It definitely helped him a few feet that time. Definitely shortened up that stopping distance.
That's awesome. Now, you were saying these aircraft aren't made out of sugar, but let's say one of these aircraft in the rain has like a wood prop. It wouldn't necessarily be good for them.
That's true. Yeah, a soft prop, soft wood, softer relatively term. They're very hard wood.
Right.
But like something like that versus a metal prop is going to take a little bit of maybe pitting or pockmarking in the.
And your varnish will come off on your leading edges you've got metal on those leading edges, and it'll end up looking ugly and probably cause a little bit of damage for sure, because at that speed, at that high of RPM, those raindrops are like rocks.
Jalen over the line, stick full back. And stopped right around the 350 mark. So that might be her shortest landing so far. It was not her shortest takeoff, though. It was actually her longest takeoff. So it's kind of give and take with Jalen right now. All the pilots in the later classes in the sport and the adventure class, you'll notice they don't have spring gear. That Citabria that Jalen flying has this metal spring gear where the suspension is just a piece of metal, right? It's just a leaf. And that, I was talking to Jared Gerritsen last night, and he flies a lot of Rands S7s as well. He said, yeah, I can always tell when I'm flying an S7 with the leaf gear versus like a classic Cub style gear. I really got to be on my game because otherwise they'll bounce right into the air. Here is Sam Lavery just plopping it in. Getting her stopped around 275.
Like watching the brakes, locking the tires up and them shaking while he's stopping.
And literally, look at this replay, questioning of whether or not that was good over the line. They're calling it a scratch. It was a scratch by maybe an inch.
Yeah.
That was a tight, close one. That's heartbreak for Sam Lavery. Every time you've got a scratch, his best takeoff, but not his best landing distance, and off by just an inch.
I mean, just a little bit of white puffed up on the line.
Luke Strandland to your right in the Super Rebel, the Beast. Is he from the East? Where is he from? That would have been cool if I could say the Beast from the East. Minnesota, no. He's the best from the Midwest. Luke Strandland, here he goes.
Plopping it down there. See if we can get stopped shorter than he has before. Looking at about 210 maybe. 207.
Best landing so far for Luke Strandland, 194. Looks like based on the flags, we're getting a little bit more of a crosswind now.
Okay.
And that is going to wrap up the first 3 takeoffs and landings for the backcountry and touring classes. Right now in backcountry, Jerry Clemens with a best score of 221. Jalen Park getting every single run improving pretty dramatically. Her first run was 740 feet. She's down to 606. So Jalen Park trying to catch up to Jerry. It's going to be hard. In touring class, we have a tight race so far. We have Luke Strandland with 440, and the newcomer in the 206, Sam Lavery, with 449. Just 9 feet, folks, separating those two aircraft. And you've got someone who's been on the circuit for a long time and someone who's coming kind of new, fighting it out there in the touring class. As we gear up and get ready to go, take a look as Jalen taxis by. She's wearing that bright red Lift Aviation helmet. Normally that we have that helmet here in the booth to show you, because they're one of the sponsors. They actually provide prize considerations to our pilots all season, and that helmet being used by Jalen to make sure she can compete. Our newcomers get to use those helmets. It's a requirement now in National STOL to use helmets, make sure everyone is safe. So that's someone that helps us out a lot. Lift Aviation, Jalen getting to put that on her head. The other people we got to talk about, and you've got some on your face right now, is Flying Eyes. Flying Eyes, big supporter of National STOL. Check them out on Cam's face right now. They make sunglasses, but you've got the little things that come off, right?
No, these are actual sunglasses.
Those are the sunglasses.
I'm wearing my
I have
contacts
a
today.
pair that I can actually put off and on with prescriptions. Use coupon code National STOL the next time you're in the market for high quality eyewear from Flying Eyes Optics. Really appreciate their support. Also, if you're here in Pennsylvania, make sure to check out the National STOL merch tent. I'm wearing a thing you can get. Actually, we both are.
Yeah.
You can pick up a T-shirt. Let's see if we can get us back on camera here. You got pick up a T-shirt. Cam's rocking the Appalachian Mountain STOL 2024 shirt, and then I've got this great Pattern Ops button down with the National STOL logo on it. Really high quality. I got soaked when that first rain shower just before it came through. It was dry like that. Super great and comfortable. So check out nationalstol.com for that merch. Or if you're here in Clarion, here at Appalachia, if you're here in the mountains, looking for the Yeti, the Sasquatch, you can pick something up here and go check it out. So really appreciate you if you go check that stuff out. We're gearing up for what's next. The sport class. And I think this is what you said you were excited for.
This is our Highlanders.
This is the Highlander.
There can only be one.
Yeah, we made that joke yesterday. I was going to see who could make it first. There can be only one. We'll be right back with sport class action right after this.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that helped build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my two partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my two other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000, just had one little spot in this hangar and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
You said that the most common position for the CEO Guardian's over there on the right side?
Yeah, it would be generally somewhere in this area. And, you know, if you went into the panel, and obviously you can go into the panel, and with this particular one I showed you the panel, he's basically got a 275. His ELT is going to be here. You've got USB charging port and programming port, which will be tied into these, is going to be here. Then you've got Bose, these 2 audio jacks here, and this particular prop de-ice one is going to end up in this here. You can build something off of this flange, which you could put the CEO Guardian here. You could mount it to the top or the bottom of the glove box. Or if you're going to do a panel mount, you've got the mount holes, and I think there's 7, 9 holes that actually go through the panel, and basically I would cut those.
Grab 110.
Last Rick holding it. Taking the big bounce. Okay. He's sliding.
Came down and I was braking and it just shattered across the weld.
My name's Justin Tisdale. I'm flying a Zenith 750, flying in the Spark class. My dad and I would always go to events and things like that, and I would always look up and just see people flying, and for me it was something that I dreamed of doing. It's something that he dreamed of doing. We grew up like kind of poorish, and he was a cop and couldn't really afford to do that kind of stuff. So after I got out of the military, I started looking at aviation. I was like, man, I think I could do that. Wound up completing that dream of his and mine to become a pilot. And anyone can do it. I know if I can do it, other people can do it.
Howdy, I'm Levi No Guess. I'm from Killeen, Texas. I'm here for the fun. If I win, that's great. If I don't, I'm still having a blast.
My name is Sheldon Hetherington. I'm flying Redbird, a Zenith 750 STOL.
Here's Sheldon now in Redbird, overcome that axle issue that he had and now has it up and running.
New prop I'm trying. I just got it from eProps and it's totally amazing.
Hi, I'm Dennis Rowe. I fly Just Aircraft Highlander and I'm in the sport class. What do you say? You done it. You own it and you learn from it and you thank God. And in this case, it was not too serious.
You know, here's the embarrassing part. I always said, boy, you put a Highlander on its nose, you got to be an overachiever.
Yeah, I had to entertain everybody.
I started off at a young age, probably 3 years old, racing motocross.
You know, I come from a stunt background and I was a professional bull rider. It just, what's next? Let's do it.
So we are gearing up for the sport class, and like Cam kind of teased earlier, it's going to be the battle of the Highlanders. We've got Highlander after Highlander after Highlander coming to drop it like it's hot into the turf, and we've got some different engines here. We'll walk you through them. Here's the lineup. David Curley in a 2017 Just Highlander. Guess what? Dennis Rose right after him in a 2020 Just Highlander. Chris Grewan in the 2021 Just Super STOL, and Lee Boyd, who yesterday during practice was giving everyone a run for their money in the 2019 Carbon Cub from Appalachian, Tennessee. Though that'll be your sport class today here at Appalachian Mountain STOL. Check out that crowd. Everyone's coming, filling in, realizing that we're not going to get rained on. I didn't jinx it or anything just now. So got a good crowd. People are coming out to watch some awesome STOL action. Don't forget, folks, I want to say this every time I can, nationalstol.com/vote. Nationalstol.com/ guess what? Vote. Go vote for your favorite pilot. They win something. I don't know what it is this time, but there's always some pretty good prize for whoever won. And the last time at Moses Lake, Paxton Prentice won because he has a lot of Snapchat followers. And he said, everyone please vote. So we got to make the equalizer. Vote early, vote often. Nationalstol.com
/vote.
Okay. We're getting ready for the sport class. They'll be powering up in just a second. And we've got, let's actually go out to the pits. We've got Eric Farewell out there. Eric, who you got there?
Guys, I'm joined by Luke Strandland, and I'm super excited because, Luke, you've had some pretty big challenges here this weekend.
Yeah, it has been. It has been. You know, yesterday we cracked a brake line and you know, trying to battle brakes again this competition. We had the same thing in Oklahoma, and you know, trying to find parts and make up your own parts and you know, run to hydraulic shops and get hydraulic lines made to use them as brake lines and you know, it's just cool to be able to do that in the experimental world, that you can just, you know, make your own parts and make things happen, you know.
How do you feel about your performance today?
I finally got a good run at one of these things. I feel like every time I come here, I feel like I'm ready, and then I get here and I just bomb it, you know, and I finally got one good run today, and hopefully I can improve it a little bit this afternoon if we get some more, so.
I think we'll have the opportunity for more, and I have to say that giant airplane with the slats, the angle of attack coming in, looks ridiculous. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's get some more good flying in.
Yeah, so Luke Strandland's talking about his good run. It was his first one, 440 feet combined in that absolute beast. Getting ready for the sport class now, and you're going to see way shorter distances.
I'm going to enjoy seeing way shorter distances. I mean, that's what we're here for, right? We want to see as short as possible.
So these aircraft are a lot lighter. The power-to-weight ratio is more favorable.
Yeah.
And if you look at them, like we've got Dave Curley right there in race number 11. In looks like it says, I didn't know it says the Grasshopper on the side. That's a good name for that plane. The purpose-built nature of the Highlander, right? If you look at the way the gear legs work, you look at the way that everything's kind of built to land in the backcountry. The gear travel is immense, folks. You're going to watch those landing gears smoosh up into the airplane as they land and extend down as they take off. It's going to be a good one to see. So engines are firing up there. Luke Strandland going by on his one wheel. And we're getting ready to kick things off.
The Highlander just has such great lines. And we can see Steve Henry's Highlander starting up. You just have such great lines. I'm just in love with how that aircraft looks like it is purpose-built to take me out to the backcountry with all my buddies and camp overnight and leave and come back to the real world and just dream about going back out to the country.
Yeah, and Steve looks like he's just starting up to maybe test some stuff. He's always talking about how he's tuning the engine to specific fuel mixtures and octane mixtures. Talking to him last night, he said, you know, everyone thinks I have nitrous. I don't. That's just a turbo engine doing its thing. He does have a bottle, though, in the back of the aircraft and that is actually controlling the shock. I'm going to get it wrong now. He was trying to explain it to me last night. Basically, he can control the angle of attack of the aircraft on takeoff by letting out nitrogen or putting nitrogen into the tailwheel shock.
Okay.
So that's pretty cool.
Some airbag action.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, some airbag action. That's a good way to describe it. So he's able to kind of modulate that for the conditions. You might see him come to the line. He said, you ever notice when I come to the line, sometimes the airplane kind of like squats in the back?
Yeah,
He's like, that's what I'm doing. He's like, everyone thinks it's nitrous. It's not.
Oh, that's really cool.
That's really cool. There's David Curley now taxiing up, getting ready to go. While we're getting ready to go, let's talk a little bit about another one of our sponsors. I want to talk about flighthelmet.com, another helmet company that really helps us make things happen. Flighthelmet.com is a company that specializes in the sales and service of flight helmets, flight helmet like comms equipment, flight clothing, safety and survival equipment. You can actually, I was looking at their website. You can actually get a custom painted helmet. You can send them a design, work with artists, and get a helmet painted by them. You can use code NSTOL50. NSTOL50 at flighthelmet.com to save $50 off your next flight helmet. And they look super cool. You can fly with safety and comfort. Leave the noise behind. That's flighthelmet.com. Also, go ahead.
Oh, we're looking at Lee Boyd.
Yeah, Lee Boyd in that Carbon Cub. That's the prettiest painted airplane you'll probably see all weekend.
And that is paint. That is not a wrap. That is not any type of stickers or anything. That is actual paint.
And David Curley is taxiing past the broadcast trailer now. He's got the Rotax in the front. In race number 11 from Spicewood, Texas, in the 2016 Just Aircraft Highlander. This one powered by a Rotax 912. Everyone give it up for David Curley. In race number 57 from Leechburg, Pennsylvania, in a 2020 Just Aircraft Highlander. This one powered by a Yamaha Apex motor. Everyone give it up for Dennis Rowe. In race number 26 from Linden, Tennessee, in a 2021 Just Aircraft Super STOL. This one powered by a Rotax 915. Everyone give it up for Chris Grewan. And in race 219 from Appleton, Tennessee, in a 2012 Cub Crafters Carbon Cub, it's Lee Boyd. So yesterday during practice, we saw kind of an exciting thing. Dave Curley really bringing it home, even though he's got the lowest horsepower of the Highlanders. He had the best performance in terms of numbers, only to at the very end of practice be upset by Lee Boyd, who came in and kind of just took the first place in practice away from him. So I'm wondering what we're going to see today between the two of them.
Race control just told us that we are battling some gusts right now, so we're waiting on that to die down, and then we'll get started.
Yeah, it's just waiting for some of these with the weather systems moving through. You always have maybe gust fronts coming through as different rain showers and things are pushing through. And so we're waiting on that just to make sure we are all good to go. David Curley now taxiing up to the line in that Highlander. Rocking the 26-inch tires. Now, here's what's interesting. It's got a Rotax 912, and I said, oh, it might have the lowest horsepower of the bunch, but I'm reading here, I may have misled you folks. It's got a supercharger and an Edge Performance EFI in it. So there's some stuff happening under the hood that's more than meets the eye. Here's Dave Curley now. Off short. There we go. That's
right,
the sport
yeah.
class. Sub 75 feet. Gauntlet dropped by Dave Curley.
Living up to its name, the Grasshopper.
Yeah, hopping right off. Dennis Rowe on the line. This one's called Hee Haw. I wonder if there's a little subtle jab to another airplane that's here tonight.
Yeehaw connection.
Got that apex going, and he's off. Sub 100 for sure. Rocking the 29-inch Airstreaks.
And you can hear the difference between that Yamaha engine and the Rotax, especially with that supercharger for Dave Curley and that little bump you can see on the side of the cowling when he comes back around.
Chris Grewan on the line from Linden, Tennessee. Rocking this 2021 Super STOL. It is for sale. So if you like what it does, give him a call. Here he is on the roll, tail up, tail down, and he's off. Kind of almost maybe pulled a little late. Feels like he could have pulled just a tiny bit earlier there for Chris Grewan.
Lee Boyd coming up to the line in the beautiful Cub Crafters.
Here's Lee Boyd, full throttle, getting those flaps down right away. He's off sub 75 feet. So if I'm reading it at all, we've got another battle between Lee and David today. Highlander versus Carbon Cub. Let's look at the scores in the sport class so far. David Curley's best takeoff, 72 feet. Dennis Rowe behind him, 98 feet. Chris Grewan, 140 feet. So let's see what Lee Boyd put down in the Carbon Cub. As David Curley comes in far off to the right. He's coming in low. And you can see that national STOL flag blowing around. Looks like they'll have a crosswind from their left. So you'll see that left wing probably leading into the wind just a little bit as they slip into the wind to keep the aircraft lined up. Dan Reynolds saying hi from Dawson City. Glad to see the weather is good today. Good luck, everyone, and have fun. I'll be watching and wishing I was able to be there. Dan Reynolds, of course, in the Chinook. Watch him. Here we go. Right over the line on the tail wheel for Dave Curley. Could shorten it up a little bit more. But a great first landing in the books for Dave Curley.
Looks like 102, maybe. That parallax is really going to get me on that one.
So that was Dan Reynolds in the chat. Again, watch him all season when he's able to make it in the Chinook, doing some just amazing stuff in that aircraft. I've seen that aircraft that he flies land shorter than it is long. So, one to watch, one of the greats. Dennis Rowe on short final.
And it's good.
That was short. Didn't even look like he had to work for it. Just kind of dropped it in there.
Nice and easy. Pedestrian day.
Also want to say hi to someone else in the chat, Ray Powell. Good afternoon, all from Berwick-upon-Tweed in the UK. Ray, so great to have you watching from the UK. And look at that crowd here in Pennsylvania. Everyone, give yourself a round of applause. Ready for some awesome STOL action now. Chris Grewan, high and to your right in that 2021 Super STOL. Dennis Rowe's combined score 211. Dave Curley holding it in first place so far in run one with 174. Look how high Chris Grewan is.
You think he's going to lawn dart it in?
Oh, and a scratch for Chris Grewan. That would have been a good short one.
Yeah.
Let's watch the replay now. Just maybe a foot or two short for Chris. Lee Boyd coming in with a 70-foot. Okay. We just want to think about like how short that is, like 70 feet. And he had a 70-foot takeoff. Like how that is short.
That's short. I mean, that's ridiculously short. Oh, we have a scratch from Lee Boyd.
So Lee Boyd not on the board yet. Means that Dennis and David are holding second and first place together. Chris and Lee not on the board yet. They've got 2 more runs this morning and 2 more this afternoon to get it sorted out. That's plenty. We'll see some scores from them for sure. Here comes Dave Curley now. Getting on the line in the Grasshopper.
And we can see that bump on the side of his cowling, on the left side of his cowling, probably for that supercharger that he has.
A little bit of sleeper action with that, right? You don't always notice it. Here he goes. Whoa, getting that tail nice and high. That was really short. I think it was a little bit longer than his previous one. His previous one was 72 feet. Looks like they're pointing around 77, 78. Here's Dennis Rowe.
Coming up to the line in Hee Haw, race number 57. We hear him spooling up. We'll watch his tail come up. And here's his tail, and he's off.
Okay, so we got another sub-100-foot takeoff here in sport class.
I'm going to say about 90, maybe 87.
So, I mean, here's a nerdy way to think about it. Everyone's favorite plane ever made, the F-14 Tomcat.
Absolutely.
Top Gun.
Tomcat.
Original. Yep. What did you say? What did you say? Topcat?
Tomcat.
Tomcat. Put 2 of those end to end, and that's 100 feet. So we're taking off on the backs of Tomcats right now. Here we go. Chris Grewan getting her off. I think he could shorten that up a little bit more. It feels like he's pulling just a little late. It's like leaping into the air, and I think he could maybe just nurse it off a little sooner, it feels like, especially with the way the wind is right now. Chris's first takeoff, 140 feet. This one feels like it'll be an improvement on that. Lee Boyd on the line. 70-foot takeoff, but a scratch that last run. And they're looking way beyond 100 feet now, and I got to look at the flags and wonder if we're losing some wind. Things are maybe not as good over the nose as they were when they first took off.
A little bit weaker than what we were seeing earlier.
Yeah, look, Dave Curley 10 feet longer. Dennis Rowe only a handful of feet longer. 116 for Lee Boyd. No, 116 for Chris Grewan. They're working through the spreadsheet right now. As David Curley, to your right, keeping it pretty stable on approach. So a big improvement for Chris on that from 140 down to 116. Let's see where Lee was ending up. I think he's going to be kicking himself for scratching on that 70-foot takeoff.
David Curley working in that little bit of wind out there. All right, he's good. And we've got to stop, looks like just a little bit over 100 feet.
Felt like he gave up maybe 25 feet or so.
Right.
At least one aircraft length over the line. It was safe and it's good, and I guess I'd rather be good than with a scratch, but
compared to his other numbers, yeah. 117, his last one was 102, so that was a good 15 feet.
yeah, maybe about an aircraft length. He's first run still stands as his best at 174. Here's Dennis Rowe, good over the line, kicking up some dust. Getting it stopped. Got some hoots and hollers from the crowd there from the Hee Haw crew. Check them out in those Yamaha shirts, those bright green shirts. There we go. Let's get that. There they go. We need another cheer from the Hee Haw crew for the camera. There we go. Look at them. Good job, guys. Dennis Rowe just came in.
We got Chris on his way. It looks like they're kind of battling some burbles down there. I don't know if you saw Dennis dip the wing a little bit ahead of the line, but he's okay. Everything's good.
Good over the line there for Chris Grewan. And yeah, I mean, we've got some gust action here right now. Winds 200 degrees at 14, gusting 18 knots here at Clarion County Airport. So you got a little bit of gust factor to deal with. Might be part of that too. Chris Grewan looking to get on the board now. 116-foot takeoff. And here comes Lee Boyd, 129-foot takeoff. Let's see how it compares to the landing. Holding it off, holding it off. Oh, it's a scratch again for Lee Boyd. If anyone has a chance based on practice yesterday to get David Curley out of first place, it is Lee Boyd. And he's scratched twice in a row now. Chris Grewan scores in as well with 246 feet combined. So right now, the standings in the sport class are actually as they are competing. Dave Curley first, Dennis Rowe second, Chris Grewan in third.
And here we go with Dave Curley.
Okay, there we go, Dave. There we go, buddy.
All right. I'm going to say 70, maybe 6.
I think it's going to be 70.
Yeah.
His best takeoff was the first run with 72. Dennis Rowe on the line in another Highlander. Look at him getting exactly placed, cheating a little bit to the right to get some of that left crosswind on the nose. And he is off short. They're pointing
almost to the direct, like the exact same spot that David had.
Okay, waiting for these scores to come in. Dennis Rowe might be trying to get into the race here. Chris Grewan improving. Okay, I just want to point out David Curley's score just came in 57 feet for David Curley. Let's see what Dennis Rowe did as Chris waits for his release from the line. down in the over 100-foot range is what they're calling it. Again, that's nothing to sneeze at. I want to be clear. Like, an airplane that can take off around 100 feet is bonkers. That's not normal.
It's going to get you out of some good places.
Yes, you can go land in the backcountry, bag a moose, and then somehow fit it into the back of the Highlander. Here's Lee Boyd. Okay.
Okay.
All right, that was stupid.
He came to play.
Yeah, so Lee said, hey, guys, I know I've been scratching, but just for your consideration, here is...
I'm just going to put it out there.
I'm going to put this out. Here's a little thing for you to think about. And that's what we're all going to be thinking about. Okay, let's look at how these takeoffs went. 57 feet for David Curley on his third run. 68 feet for Dennis Rowe. 138 feet for Chris. He's going to be feeling that one a little bit. 59 feet for Lee Boyd. Okay, we saw it yesterday in practice. Almost the exact same thing. Lee was just like, I'm scratching. Boom, first place. And I think we're going to see the same thing today. I'm hoping. I like a good fight.
I mean, we have 2 feet difference right now for Lee Boyd and David Curley, so.
David Curley, low and to your right. 57-foot takeoff. What is he going to pair with it? Holding it off. Oh, no! Heartbreak for David Curley. He is going to be bummed out about that one. Watch that on the replay. It just dropped out from under him. Easy one to call for our line judge, unfortunately. This leaves a big opening for Lee Boyd now.
Dennis Rowe on short final. Choosing the low and slow approach. And he's made it over the line. Probably gave up 10 feet, maybe.
Here's some cheers in the crowd for that one. That one was a good one. Good textbook landing by Dennis Rowe. Pairing that with a 68-foot takeoff. Let's not forget what he's doing out here. That was his best takeoff of the morning.
And it's going to be, what do you think, 82?
I don't even know. Chris Grewan, high approach again, a little bit different style here. Kind of fighting that burble that Cam was talking about. And guess what? Dennis Rowe just slid into first place with a combined score of 157. Chris Grewan, good over the line, getting it stopped. Maybe 125 feet range. So if I'm Dave Curley, I maybe wasn't expecting Dennis Rowe to do that. And he just dropped a gauntlet down. Combined score for Chris Grewan, by the way, 278. But here's Lee Boyd. Final landing of the morning for the sport class with a 59-foot takeoff. What can he pair it with here on the landing?
No. Come on. Let's go.
Oh, right on the line. Getting it stopped. I'm sure they're going to want to replay that one in the booth.
It's looking like 102, just a little bit over 100. Let's see what they say.
Here he comes in. It's well over the line.
Oh,
Yep,
yeah.
He was a foot, maybe a foot and a half in the air with that bounce there. Call confirmed. Okay, things just got super interesting this morning. Headed into the afternoon. The current standings, Dennis Rowe, first place with 157. Lee Boyd, 3 feet behind him with 160 feet, bringing it up after 2 scratches in a row. David Curley, your former leader, still holding on in third place with 174. And Chris Grewan with 246. Holy cow, that was an upset. That was an absolute upset. I want to give you a shout out here. White Squirrel Aerial Media says, looking good, Cam.
Miss you guys.
Yeah.
That's our buddy Glenn.
Glenn, where are you, Glenn? You're not here.
Our buddy CW.
When there's trouble, you
call CW.
That's a millennial reference there for you guys. So that's the sport class of the morning. Oh, man. And let's preview what's coming up next. Eric Farewell in the pits. Who you got there, Eric?
Where's the paramotor, guys?
Not here.
I got you.
All right, guys, I'm joined by Jared Garretts, and he's about to go out and set some records in the Badlands Traveler. What are your thoughts on the conditions, your competitors? How's it going to go?
You know, we finally got some good wins today, watching everybody compete this morning. Their numbers are drastically shorter than yesterday. The winds look a little more straight-lined, a lot less gusty, and hopefully if we can just keep the rollers from coming off the hangars and killing our approach, that'll give me a little bit more confidence to get this plane a little slower on my approach. I don't know, we're going to have to work really hard to put up good numbers to compete with Brian today, because he's going to be ripping, but we're just going to come out here. I'm going to do my best and let the chips lay where they fall.
Indeed. We saw 31 feet combined just 2 weeks ago at Moses Lake for the exact same airplane. Now we have a new pilot, a whole new adventure. I'm excited. Thanks for coming out.
Hey, I appreciate it. You know, if everybody could just pray for about 10 more knots right on the nose right now, that'd be great. Then maybe we can have something to razz Jeff about when I get home.
Absolutely, guys. Back to you in the booth.
Thanks so much, Eric. Can't wait to see what Jared does in the Badlands Traveler. We've got a lot of great flying action for you coming up in the Adventure and Unlimited classes in Charlie Heat. Got to talk about a few people that help make this possible. First, let's talk about Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance. They're a partner of National STOL since the beginning. They've got excellent customer service and coverage. Ladd Gardner Insurance is aviation protected. Thank you so much for them for their help. The other thing you're going to see in the adventure class is a brand new mother of all Cubs. I'm actually contractually obligated to say it like that. The MOAC. You got to get deep in the voice there. Legend Aircraft continues to be one of the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. They are modern legends. Anyone who's flown one considers the Legend Cub to be the most gratifying recreational aircraft in the skies today. These are aircraft designed in the spirit of the J3, of the PA-18 Super Cub. We're combining the past with an obtainable wish list of modern enhancements. So that's American Legend Aircraft Company. See Brian Stack competing in one of those in the MOAC coming up soon in the adventure class.
Looks like we got an interview coming up, huh?
Sounds maybe Eric's there hanging out with someone from the sport class. We'll go to him in a minute. And in the meantime,
hey guys, I'm joined now by David Curley, my neighbor down in Spicewood, Texas. You had some great runs and you had some heartbreak. How'd it feel out there?
The conditions were much better than our practice day yesterday. So we were able to get a little more stabilized. I felt good on some of them, but then I just get a gust, so you just got to deal with the conditions. I like the first run I had. That felt really good. Hopefully that holds me. We'll see.
We'll have to see. We noticed some Dennis Rowe fans losing their minds as he took first place.
Oh, he did. Right on. All right, good for him. That man can fly.
He can, and he loves it, and I love seeing his whole family out here supporting him. Looking forward to one in Texas where your whole family can come out.
That'd be great. That'd be wonderful. We need more of these events, and hopefully we'll get one down there in Texas. That way I won't have to drive, 1,400 miles or something to get here.
But, I mean, it is an airplane. You could fly it.
It's probably about as fast. I don't know. These aren't built for distance and speed, but they are a lot of fun to fly, especially backcountry and off airport. But
absolutely. Well, David, thanks so much for being out here with us. Cannot wait to see what happens in your next two runs. One more shot at taking the victory.
Thanks for putting this on. Looking forward to that opportunity.
All right.
Thanks so much, guys. And again, I'm Ryan Dabrowski. I've got Cam Walton.
Right
amazing here. Cam Walton in the booth with me, and we are getting ready for the first section of the adventure class here in Clarion County Airport, Appalachian Mountain STOL 2024. We're about midway through the National STOL season, and people are racking up season points, and we are getting absolutely ready to see some great takeoffs and landings. What's great about this event, Cam, is that we have some of the greats, and you're about to see even more of them. Brian Steck back in the season in the brand new plane. You're also going to see Keith Lang in a Super Cub, and your favorite, I think he's your favorite.
He's one of my favorites. I mean, come on. Who doesn't love a Super Cub?
Oh, I was hinting that you like this guy.
Oh, I
over
do.
here.
Oh, Steve Henry.
Yeah.
I mean, he is one of my favorites.
Kind of a
too.
fanboy for Steve Henry.
You know, I like everyone, but Steve Henry he's really cool.
So we are getting ready for adventure class action. We will be back with more National STOL short takeoffs, short landings right after this.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these Flying Eyes glasses. While we were at Oshkosh, we went and checked them out, and they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. Then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying Eyes, awesome glasses.
My name is Brian Steck. I'm from Mineola, Texas. This is my 2020 Legend MOAC. Box 1, go.
You know, at the time, I had no idea what I was building. Went and talked to Darren and Randy at Legend Aircraft, and, you know, I just built an airplane that we could go fly in.
And those MOACs make it challenging, don't they?
Oh man, them are some beautiful birds, and the pilots are good. You know, it's competition.
He calls this airplane, not only does he call it Pepper, he also says it's part of the wolf pack. You can tell why he says that beautiful wolf on the front.
For STOL, it's hard to beat a Super Cub. It's called a Lycoming 0290. It's only 125 horsepower. Being as lightweight as it does, it seems to compete pretty good, especially in the STOL stuff compared to the bigger guys.
Now,
here
Brian
comes Brian.
Shirley with a
with a
scratch for
scratch.
Brian Shirley.
But now I kind of had time to regroup myself, because it does kind of get in your mind a little bit that you got off your routine a little bit, and I was off my routine today altogether. Brand new airplane, just got it done. I've had it in the mountains at my home airport up there is at 8,000. I've had it at Leadville, which is 10,000. Where I'm actually from is Dodge City, Kansas, and I've had it there is 2,600. So yeah, I've had all over the country. It's performing well.
He pushes me and I push him, and same with Hal. We're challenging each other. Everyone's like, whoa, this is gonna be close.
I have beat him, but not often. I got to be really on my game, and he's got to be off his a little bit.
The hard work happens with the majority of what Steve does before we get here. It's the innovations, the development of the new parts, testing them, all that, and a lot of that has to do with what Steve does before we get here.
Really excited. I just hung my weights and got everything ready for traditional STOL, and I'm just excited to get going.
I usually fly a Highlander, but I sold it. I'm rebuilding a new one that's going to be pretty competitive at both National STOL and STOL Drag, so I'm excited about that, but it ain't ready yet.
I fly my Rands off a grass strip in airport about 15 minutes from my house. Rick and Colin Kadiva, both really good friends of mine. Colin has a place with a strip behind his house. I've flown in and out of there.
Patrick and I, we got a little bit of a grudge match going.
Come on, get it stopped, Charles. Get it stopped, Charles. No!
You know, had to let it all hang out.
Oh, man,
One way or another, we're going to stop it, even if it's sideways.
It was so fun. I got to fly the Unlimited. You can't beat it.
And we are back after two hot dogs. two hot dogs.
Two glizzies.
Yeah. We're back here in Clarion County Airport, part of Appalachian STOL 2024. And we are gearing up for the adventure class. But guess who we've got in the field now? Eric Farewell out there with Dennis Rowe.
Oh my goodness. I'm so excited to be here with Dennis. We've been friends for years. And watching you perform the way you performed today and hearing your family lose their minds, how's it feel?
Awesome, man. Best feeling ever, man. I told them they have to start following me around the circuit. I don't do so well on my own out in the tent.
Absolutely awesome to see. The airplane's performing admirably. Is there anything that led to what you feel like your secret for success today? I mean, you're leading the pack.
Yeah, a little more practice with cones. You know, I kind of waited till a few weeks ago to start putting cones out and landing on it. And you never focus in real tight. And you say, oh, I'll land by that at the last minute. That's stupid. Now we're putting cones out and we're dialing it in, making sure we're on the money, and it's tightening up the game a lot.
Tighten up the game indeed. These are the kind of performances we want to see. We've got two more takeoffs and landings from Dennis later, and now we've got the wild, the crazy, the loud, and exciting. Let's go back to you, Ryan. Here we go.
Time for some adventure class action. Thank you so much, Eric. And we've got adventure and unlimited, actually. So you're going to see, like he said, some loud stuff happening, particularly Brian Steck in the American Legend aircraft MOAC. The thing's going near supersonic at the prop tips. It's loud. Plug those ears. You got kids, maybe plug their ears too when you see Brian Steck up there. We're going to hold right now for the medevac helicopter coming in over the airfield there.
Got a nice pass.
Yeah, there we go. They were going fast there. So they're going to be coming back around to land. We got to hold for that traffic. They get priority. But let's talk a little bit about some other folks that make this possible for us, folks. We talked a little bit earlier about how Lift Aviation offers prize considerations to our pilots. They actually throw some helmets into the mix. We also have Aero LED, Sarasota Avionics, iFly EFB, and Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, all that also offer prize considerations to our pilots. We got Aero LED gift certificates, Sarasota Avionics providing some Garmin products for the pilots, iFly EFB offering subscriptions to the winning pilots, and Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, check them out. They are actually the official coffee sponsor, coffee provider of National STOL, and you can actually get 10% off your order of coffee over at Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. Use code STOL10, STOL10, that's STOL10 for 10% off your order of that coffee. It's good stuff. Been waking me up every morning.
That bougie coffee, as they like to say themselves.
Yeah, it's super bougie. It's single origin, specialty grade, direct trade.
There we go.
I don't know. So
I mean, I used to be a barista, so.
Oh, no way.
It is actually really good coffee.
Okay, take it from Cam. Good stuff from Legendary Aviation Coffee Company. And then iFly EFB, we mentioned. They've got the app for Android, iOS, and Windows you can check out. So love those sponsors that help us bring this to you at home and here in Pennsylvania. We're gearing up for the adventure class again. Cam, wondering if you could talk a little bit about where we're going to be next.
Looks like we're going to be in Sodbusters next at Hartford, Wisconsin, right before Oshkosh. So that's the Saturday before the week of Oshkosh. And we're going to be at Rocky Mountain STOL in Pinedale in August. That's Pinedale, Wyoming in August.
So come check us out there, particularly before the big show. Speaking of a big show, we've got one coming for you right now. It's the adventure class. Check it out. Brian Steck in the MOAC versus Jared Garrettson in the Badlands Traveler. You heard about him, heard from him a little bit earlier. That plane's doing damage in the series right now. And then in the unlimited class, you've got old versus new. 1956 Piper Super Cub from Wasilla, Alaska, piloted by Keith Lang, up against Steve Henry in the Beast, the Race 44. It's
the Highlander XL.
Yeah, it's a big thing.
It is.
From Nampa, Idaho, you got Steve Henry there in the unlimited. So Keith versus Steve, old versus new. But before that, in the heat, you're going to have Brian and Jared. It's actually going to be a really cool matchup here because we've got two of the aircraft that are, I don't want to say they're upsetting everybody, but they're beating everybody. And so we've got Jared in this new Badlands Traveler. We saw do insane things with Jeff Daly at the controls in Moses Lake 2 weeks ago. And this is Brian Steck's first national STOL event in his brand new MOAC, and he's done a lot to the airplane. It's got a Gladiator 390 in it, which is water cooled. So it's water cooled. It's got all sorts of cool stuff in it. But first, and this is who will be running up against Steve Henry in the unlimited class in race number 50 in the 1956 Piper Super Cup from Wasilla, Alaska. Everyone give it up for Keith Lang. In race number 513 from Mineola, Texas in the 2024, it's still got that new plane smell. The American Legend aircraft MOAC. Everyone give it up for Brian Stack. By the way, we're getting in the section of the competition where the airplanes all have names. So Brian Stack's aircraft called High Strung, the one taxiing up that Jared Garrettson is piloting, known as the Warhorse. Keith Lang in the Lone Wolf. Everyone in race 603 from Manhattan, Kansas. In the Badlands Traveler, give it up for Jared Garrettson. And speaking of named aircraft, it's Cam's favorite, Yeehaw 8, taxiing up to the line in race 44 from Nampa, Idaho. Everyone give it up for the legend, Steve Henry.
Got some fans in the crowd as well. Looks like we got winds out of the 230 at 8, gusting 15.
A little bit more of a gust factor for the pilots to deal with. Gusts aren't my favorite thing as a non-STOL pilot. You got to add a little speed to your approach. You got to kind of balance that out. Not my favorite thing.
Not my favorite thing, especially in a Cherokee. I mean, it's easier in a Cherokee, but I don't want to have to deal with it.
These guys are probably looking forward to it. If they can get the gust on the nose right as they take off, it'll really help their distances. Here's Keith Lang now. Rocking those 26-inch Airstreaks. Also here, this is kind of funny. Keith Lang is ever the comedian here. Aircraft performance mods, Acme shock slats, and a memory foam seat cushion.
Ooh.
You got to be comfy when you're off doing STOL pilot things. Here's Keith Lang now taking a big bite. He's off short in that Super Cub sub, maybe just over 75 feet for Keith Lang. Remember, he's fighting race 44 at the back of the pack, piloted by Steve Henry. Here's Brian Stack in High Strung.
Looks like we're on board with Brian Stack right now. As he pulls up to the line.
Whoa!
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Sub 50 feet for Brian Stack. Blew the hat off one of the judges. In the MOAC. And here's the airplane that's making everyone else talk. If they're not talking about Brian Stack, they're talking about Warhorse, this time piloted by Jared Garrettson. This thing is built for lightness. Carbon inside of it, all over it. Not a lot of creature comforts. It's there to work. Here's Jared Garrettson, tail up.
Oh, wow.
No, he's got to settle. Nope, he got it off. I was wondering if he was going to settle down a little bit, but he got it under control. Another sub 50-foot takeoff, which gets me very excited for what you're about to see next. Brian Stack with a 50-foot takeoff. Jared Garrettson with 40 feet. Okay.
Oh,
all right.
sub 25.
Okay. So Keith's got his work cut out for him. His takeoff was 76 feet. Let's see what that comes in right now. 18 feet. So put in perspective, Warhorse had, I think, a 15-foot takeoff in 30-knot winds 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
Yeehaw 8, Steve Henry just did 18 feet with, what did we say? Gusting 18?
I believe so. I've forgotten already.
I've already forgotten. I'm too excited. I can't
it was
remember what the
2:30
weather
at
is.
8.
238 gusting to something. Sarah Elizabeth in the chat saying, hi from the merch table. I guess that might be a hint. She's looking for someone to come visit her at the merch table. Go buy a shirt from Sarah. She's so kind and wonderful. And we've got Keith Lang on final approach to your right in the Super Cub. 76-foot takeoff. What will he pair it with?
If you look closely, you can see the rudder moving. Just he's wagging his tail.
Crosswind from the left. Holding it off really accurately on the line there for Keith Lang. Getting it stopped.
Sub 100.
That's bonkers. You think about that aircraft, and Keith's done a little bit of work to it, but that aircraft was built in 1956. They got it right back then with the old Super Cub.
And they certainly got that right. It is one of the most popular backcountry aircraft there is.
On board now with Brian Steck, number 513, in that new MOAC.
I thought you were supposed to say MOAC.
Oh, that's right. Contractually obligated. MOAC in the MOAC. So Brian Steck coming in this aircraft, and he was talking me through it yesterday, all the work he did. It's a MOAC, but he's customized it a lot. Oh, just too short. Bringing those flaps up. He added some cord to the wing, making the wing a little bit not wider, or I guess not longer, but the actual like front to back distance of the wing is what we call the cord. It's got more distance in the flaps and the ailerons. It's a little bit longer to give him a little bit more control. That's something that he machined himself and put together himself, designed himself.
Oh,
so,
wow.
It's really his beast, his one-off beast. And the big thing he said is his angle of attack is so high, that nose is so high on final approach, can't see a thing. Here's Jared Garrettson now in the Warhorse.
It's just a soft, pillowy landing.
Okay. That's a thing that we just saw. That's a thing we just saw. That is insane. Give it up for Jared in the Warhorse. Holy cow. Let's watch that again. Right on the line. Heavy on the brakes. He's got that stickable back. Woo, doggy. Okay, so combined score for Jared Garrettson, currently in first place in the adventure class, 97 feet. Brian Steck, I think, could do some damage with a scratch, though. Here is Steve Henry ballooning up a little bit.
Just nursing the power.
Oh, with a scratch. I want to see that again.
Wow.
He dug in hard there, Steve Henry. Look at him just dig up the line. If he would have been on the other side of the line, that would have been a shorter than the aircraft is long landing. And we just heard in our ears race control saying that, he heard Steve say that's the worst he's ever had the wind drop out from under him on final approach. So he's not loving Mother Nature right now for that one, but man, did it make good TV. Whoa.
You can see all the calculations that are involved with that, because the wind dropped out from under him, but he stopped very short of the line. I mean, if he had enough wind, he would have absolutely crossed the line and not scratched.
Keith Lang putting on a clinic in this Piper Cub, showing us what you can do. You literally have like 1956 technology coming up against modern technology with Steve Henry. Look at all the like bits and bobs hanging off of Steve's plane there. He's got the special race fuel. He's got the tuned engine. Here's high strung. Whoa, okay, Brian Steck. Sub 50 feet again. plug your ears. That thing is loud. It's making the hair on my arm stand up. That is a sound. That is a sound that airplane is making. Jared Gerritsen currently in the lead with 97 feet combined. Coming after Brian Steck.
And man, wow. Sub 50 feet looks like.
What is
physics?
That's what I said in Moses Lake. I said, I don't know what physics is anymore. I don't understand how this is working. Airplanes are just magic, apparently. Speaking of magic, you saw 18-foot takeoff for Steve Henry. Keith Lang currently in first place with 160.
Oh, wow.
I don't even have time to set up the
It
scores.
was perfectly timed. Our door just blew open. That was a perfect gust. He went firewall forward. I mean,
watch this replay. Holy cow. The wheels rotated 2, maybe 3 times there, and you are absolutely right. That is a thing that Steve Henry is known to do. Watch the flags, watch the wind, and time his takeoff. And Cam is not kidding. A gust blew the door open on the broadcast trailer, and then I'm here trying to talk about where Keith Lang is in the score, and Steve's already in the air. That's a real thing that just happened.
he's a wizard, and so is Josh, his crew chief.
You are seeing something special. I mean, frankly, this whole season for National STOL has been amazing performance after amazing performance. We've got innovation happening over and over and over again. You see that with the Badlands Traveler. You see that with Brian Steck's MOAC. It is. I think I hurt myself that time. Why does my throat hurt now? Here's Keith Lang coming in the Super Cub, currently in front of Steve Henry. Even the greats have scratches. Keith's just got to hold his own, and he said, if I could just get a good 10, 15 knot wind on the nose, I have a shot with him, even in this old Super Cub. Here he comes.
All right. Just plops it down just a little bit over 75 feet. I'm going to call it 78.
So Keith Lang improving his numbers. He just went from a combined score of 168 down to 142 feet combined. The problem is Steve Henry just had a 16-foot takeoff, so that's hard. Numbers are I can't really.
Numbers are hard.
Numbers are hard. I think I'm having a stroke in here. All right. Brian Steck in the MOAC. Fighting that wind. He's got that crosswind from the left. And look how high that nose gets. And then he's got that air intake on top of the nose, too. It's hard for the visibility. Giving a little throttle.
Oh.
Good over the line. Giving up a bit over the line, though. And he's got it stopped sub 100. Remember, this is his first time out in National STOL in this aircraft, and he's got to get it dialed in.
Next up is Jared Gerritsen in the Badlands Traveler Warhorse. The thing performed so well, they might have to change the name. It needs to be more appropriate for something like a Harrier, like the Harrier 3 or
something that just floats. Here we go, Jared. Here we go, Jared. Here we go, Jared. Good over the line. Okay. I'm guessing that's a sub 50-foot landing for Jared Gerritsen in the Warhorse. We are seeing near unlimited class performance numbers out of these guys. Brian Steck still in second place with a combined score of 154. Jared, oh my goodness, dropping it down to 73 feet combined, everybody. Give him a round of applause. That is insanity. Steve Henry low and to your right, floating it in, feeling that scratch.
Oh, another scratch.
Another scratch for Steve Henry. Let's watch the replay on that one. Holding it off. Little bit of burst of throttle, and just like a foot before the line. And look at how those knobby ATV tires that he has are just tearing up the turf. He's the only one who runs those. He told me last night that there's actually individual air bladders inside those tires. He said that they really help with the ability of the tire to continue to absorb shock. He also said they're absolute pain to inflate the air bladders inside the individual air bladders inside those tires. So those things are putting in work today for Steve Henry. But 2 scratches so far. So Keith Lang now holding his own in the unlimited class against Steve Henry with a combined score of 142. Jared Garrettson in the Badlands, almost half the distance of Brian Steck. And Brian is putting down comparable numbers in the takeoff, but those landing distances really need to come down for him. Here's Keith Lang now. Best takeoff so far, 62 feet. Look at the wind. It just kind of died off there. He's going to try to hold for a gust on the nose. Getting his door, getting his window, taking his time there. And seeing here that 513 Brian Stack shut down, working on a mechanical issue, troubleshooting that. Will be joining again at the end of the heat. Just holding there as we get things sorted out within the class. And look at, you have, honestly, Cam, we've got some of the greatest STOL pilots in the world competing for everyone here in Pennsylvania right now.
Yeah. It's a treat to see them all here with us.
I don't think Jared minded being compared to some of the greatest names in STOL. Here you go. Keith Lang off. They're looking for it. A little bit of engine issue for Keith Lang there as he puts it back down. So some misfiring there, some issues for Keith as he gets it set back down on the runway. Jared Garrettson, look at the seriousness of his face. He's a young guy, young dad, and he's competing against some of the greats. Jared Garrettson on the roll.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me?
That was insanity. His wife's actually our line judge right now. She's got to be proud. She's having to stack the cones back up for him. Steve Henry now taxiing up to the line. So far, best takeoff, 16 feet, but nothing on the board. Because he's scratched both times.
You can see all the line judges bunched up at the front.
No way.
Oh, man.
No way. Two turns of the wheels. Best takeoff so far, 16 feet. Where are we coming in now, Cam?
12.
11-foot takeoff for Steve Henry. here at Appalachian Mountain STOL. My brain is broken again. Here's Brian Steck back in the mix. That is also insanity. You can hear the absolute growl of that beast of a plane. Sub 50-foot takeoff for Brian Steck.
This is a sensory overload. Like 50 feet is still, I mean, it's an amazing number. You're not going to do that in a Cherokee.
30
looks like actually 37 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got Jared at 34 and Brian at 37. I mean, these are ridiculous numbers.
Especially for the size of the aircraft, right? I mean, there's probably helicopters that can't take off in 30. That's not true. They can take off vertically. But it's insane. It's a proof point of how national STOL and STOL flying is great for pilots, right? You get innovation, you're getting proficiency, you're getting safety. And we are seeing today a big spread, right? We're seeing a big spread between what was it? 11 feet takeoff in a yellow plane, piloted by Steve Henry. And then we have someone like Jalen, who's new to the circuit, in a very attainable, anyone can buy one and fly one, Citabria.
Yes.
Putting in the same kind of work, the same kind of proficiency. That's just a cool thing to see. Jared Garrettson now hovering it in.
Plopping down.
Diving in. You saw him just retract those flaps. It killed all the lift on the wing, and he's like, drop it like it's hot, right into the grass. 34-foot takeoff paired with, drum roll please, it's a long drum roll. Waiting, 82-foot land. Okay, so that's interesting. He's given up a lot. He gave that short takeoff, not able to help him right now. Here's Steve Henry looking to get on the board. Let's go, Steve.
All right.
Get over the line, getting it stopped for Steve Henry.
Sub 50.
That was an 11-foot takeoff. Steve Henry combined with a very short, I'm trying to extend it out while I wait for the spreadsheet to update here in the booth. What's it going to be?
45.
I think 45 feet.
Looks like the judges are out there having a discussion.
Conferring. Brian Steck on approach. Oh, my God. The suspense is killing me on that number for Steve Henry. Brian Steck in high strung. Again, look at the angle of that aircraft. Hanging on those slats.
Oh.
And a scratch for Brian Steck.
Dang.
And that would have been the one. Look at that. Sub 50 foot for Brian Steck there if he hadn't scratched. That would have been the one to get on the board against Jared Garrettson. The combined score is Steve Henry finally on the board. It just came in. Combined distance of 56 feet. 56 feet. Keith Lang, best run so far, 142, which is also, again, in a 1956 Super Cub, an insane number. I can't take my Cessna 172 off the ground in 142 feet. I'm not that guy.
I can't do it in the Champ.
Brian could have potentially made up some ground against Jared Garrettson there on that third takeoff and landing, but his best one given up to a scratch. So that's going to hurt for him. He does have 2 more runs against Jared later this afternoon. We're going to recycle back to the Alpha Heat Everyone give it up for these pilots. Totally killing it. Excitement all around here in the Adventure and Unlimited class. Steve Henry just saving his tail wheel. Love watching him fly. And, of course, Brian Stack back in the mix with the brand new MOAC. And look as it taxis by. Look at, he's got like, I think he said 3.5, maybe 4 inches of air intake on the top of that aircraft, on the top of that cowling.
Yeah, it's a serious a serious obstruction, especially on the top of the cowling.
So as we get ready to reset for the second appearance of all these heats for you today, we got to thank our sponsors. Let's start with our annual sponsors. Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance, Legend Aircraft, USA Trailers Direct, FlightHelmet.com, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance, Aero LEDs, Lift Aviation, Red Tag Art, iFly EFB. Also, let's talk about our local supporters who brought this to you here in Pennsylvania. Advanced Aero Works and Avionics, Discover Clarion County, Kriebel Energy, Chronospan, Rustler Services. Our silver level sponsors, Frederick Drilling Company, Rod Stevenson MD, Skycox Aviation, and Woodbed Corporation. Our bronze level sponsors, American Legion Post 66, Caruso Aviation Services St. Mary's, Dave Seifert, Lutz Resources Incorporated, Microtel, Norm Wagner, Purvis Brothers Incorporated, RIA Engineers and Consulting, Rotor Power LLC. And our friends of the airport, Delta Contractors and Design, Gatesman Auto Body, Freiburg Sportsman Club, J&J Feeds and Needs, Karen and Dana Gatesman, Nikki Wolverton, the VFW Post 7131, FL Crooks & Co., and University Corner. So big thanks to all of them for helping us bring this show to you here in Pennsylvania. It has been, woof, what, what just happened?
Physics happened, and it didn't happen, but it did happen.
Physics happened, and it didn't happen. Here to tell us more about physics happening and not happening, Eric Farewell with Jerry Clemens in the stands.
Guys, I'm excited to be here. Jerry, we've come off of a great morning session. Then you went out and you were judging for your fellow pilots. You're about to fly again. You're leading the Alpha flight. What are you thinking about the conditions changing, your own odds, etc.?
So the conditions right now are perfect, Eric. And I feel like I did pretty good the last time. I know I could do better. So on the one that I did the best on, I dumped the flaps and I hit my little toggle switch that's the safety switch for the beta, and so it wouldn't work. It doesn't work if it's shut off.
Heartbreak.
Well, it's still fun. Lots of fun.
We love watching the beta. We love the big cheesy grin. If anybody out there in the stands sees Jerry, he's the guy smiling the biggest. That's how you know.
Oh, yeah. It was great, Eric.
Awesome, guys. Back to you in the booth and more flying action in just a moment.
Thanks so much, Eric and Jerry. Oh, man, we are doing well out here. I'm sweating. I'm sweating, Cam.
Man, you're having a great time. I mean, it's exciting.
Yeah, like what are we seeing? We're seeing aviation at its best, folks. That's what we're seeing right now. Look at that great crowd here at Clarion County Airport in Pennsylvania. If you want to look at your map again, check it out. We are at Alpha X-Ray Quebec. Check it out on your iFly EFB or look it up in your sectional. Maybe you even have a paper sectional still. So check those things out. Follow along at home. We're still dry and happy here at Clarion County Airport. There is a bunch of weather to the north of us, but the conditions, as you heard Jerry say, the conditions are perfect. I think Steve Henry might beg to differ a little bit based on those wind issues he was happening with those scratches, but he's also operating on the leading edge, as it were. Speaking of the unlimited class, let's pitch it over to Eric again. He's got a wolf behind him.
And we're back in the pits. I'm joined by kind of the legend himself, Keith Lang. Tell us what happened on the last run.
I had a good takeoff, and I got in the air, and the engine burbled. It just did a weird little sound, and I don't know what it was. I still have no idea. I mean, I've got fuel. It's just that she made a burble, and I just had the opportunity to drop it down and not put her out in some trees out there. So, this is all for fun, really, when it comes down to it, and I ain't going to take any chances. So.
Safe pilot, great pilot, well done. I appreciate you keeping that safety as the #1 priority.
That's what you do. You just got to keep safe.
Now, that said, you're going to have another opportunity here shortly. I know you'll go through the airplane, make sure it's running right, but what are your thoughts as the afternoon progresses and we're seeing stronger conditions?
I'm loving the winds. That's what this plane needs. I don't know what my takeoffs are. I have no idea.
That last one was like 80 feet. It was clean.
Wow, I should be able to do better than that, believe it or not. So that's what I'm hoping. Maybe I can just get a good gust right down the runway at the end and not have any gurgles.
No gurgles allowed, guys.
No gurgles allowed.
More flying action coming right up.
No gurgles allowed, and actually, Keith, if you can hear me, your best takeoff, 62 feet. So he's getting there. He's getting there, but yeah, we'll make sure no gurgles. No, I got to come up with a way to make that funny. I'll keep workshopping it. So, hey, we are getting ready to go again through all the heats for their 4th and 5th takeoff and landings of the competition. We got to talk about I want to talk about where we're sitting right now, Cam, and you had a cool experience a week ago.
Yeah.
Tell me about Flight Sim Expo in Vegas.
Yeah, so we went to the Flight Sim Expo in Vegas. We brought the trailer on the floor. In the Rio, it was the highest. I mean, it was the only thing that you could really see when you walk in. Like, you walk in the door, turn to the left, and we have all of our. We had the trailer, and we had the everything set up on top of it. And what was really cool about it was the fact that you didn't have to be present in order to fly. You could come in and fly live with us at the expo, or you could be at home sipping a beer or whatever you drink and flying with us there. We qualified. We had a few qualifiers, and we had the competition the next day, and it was a great time. I hosted with Burstix, with Austin, who's hosted with you for eSTOL.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of the crew that was out there with us today, working the cameras and part of the staff. And I mean, if you really want to get into STOL, you don't necessarily have to have the expensive airplane. You can do a pre-buy by getting Microsoft Flight Simulator, getting your favorite aircraft on there, and flying the competitions with us online.
Yeah, so go to nationalstol.com/chat, nationalstol.com/chat, and you can join the Discord server and participate in all the eSTOL action. And like Cam just mentioned, they had this trailer provided by USATrailersDirect.com sitting on the floor all the way in Las Vegas just a week ago. Now it's all the way here in Pennsylvania. This thing gets some miles put in on it over the season, and you can fly with us there. It's a lot of fun. You and I have to compete in it still.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We got to pick our aircraft and compete, but we've got folks doing everything from playing on their Xbox all the way to full motion VR setups that they have set up at home. So however you want to participate, it's a great way to dip your toe into STOL and dip your toe into aviation. Honestly,
absolutely.
That's a gateway. I don't want to say gateway drug. That's a good first step, folks. If you want to get into aviation, fly some sim stuff. See if you like it. See if you like the way it all works. If it inspires you, then you can keep taking those next steps further and further. And someday you'll be flying a crazy, highly modified Highlander like Steve Henry. So, speaking of highly modified, I see in the pits now we've got Eric with another aircraft that's highly modified behind him. Who's next to you, Eric?
Guys, I got Brian Steck with me, and this seems to be the airplane burble experience today. Walk us through what happened, what you're doing differently, how things are being changed in the airplane.
Well, I'm still trying to figure everything out in this airplane. It's all brand new, and obviously I'm trying to be very conservative, trying to be safe. I'm coming in at 40 mile an hour indicated where I should be down in the 20s, and it's just it's just not worth it, screwing up an airplane, to try to get that. But I haven't been able to put together a landing. I think my takeoffs are okay.
37 feet.
Yeah, well, that's the best I've ever done. I think that's not bad at all. But just got to put together some landings, and I think maybe Jared's got in my head just a little bit. So, and then I had a little bit of a fuel issue, which I know what it is, but and so we got it resolved, and so we'll be ready to go.
Ready to go is good. What I love is the choice for safety. You sat out there on the field, let your header take refill, shut the engine down, because as you mentioned to me before we got on camera, your fuel pump is so high pressure, you're actually sucking fuel from the header back to the wings, which is pretty wild.
Well, and it's got a trunk line, and it's just not whenever you're idling, it's pumping it into the wings faster than it can pull it through the trunk line, so it's draining the header tank. And like you said, I mean, it's just nothing. We're here to try to set an example and try to to show good sportsmanship and good decision making and things like that. And it's like I told them out there. I said, if y'all need to pull me. I said I'm not going to go. And I knew it was going to fill back up. I just needed a few minutes for it to do so.
Well, you got a nice another run in there. Hopefully, as we get the opportunity to go back out here shortly, we'll get to see this all come together in this beautiful new airplane. I mean, High Strung is ready.
It is. It's ready to go. So I just got to get myself ready now.
All right, here we go, guys. Next pilots are flying shortly. Looking forward to hearing back from Ryan in the booth.
Thank you so much, Eric and Brian, for that little bit of insight right from the pits. We are going to take a short break, and we'll be back with the Alpha Heat, back with Jerry and Jalen and all the other J names flying up front. We will be back with you in just a little bit. Stay tuned for more STOL action after this. What's up, Av Geeks and STOL Freaks, everyone? My name's Ryan Dabrowski. Below me on your screen, the legend himself, Burstix TV, in Jennings, Louisiana for Swamp STOL, E-STOL today. And now we are ready for our second ever, if I'm not the race course here from this Robinson, flying over as we get ready for going, oh man, how much did that cost? But maybe we'll save that for another time.
That's goals right there. That is goals. If we all had that flight simulator set up, I think we'd spend even less time, in the real world. And I don't know, maybe I'll stay away from the VR. That's why I'm scared of it. I don't want to get VR and then, not come out of my room for a couple days.
Looking for a more affordable entry into bush plane flying? How about paramotoring, aka the dirt bike of the sky? Paramotoring STOL is the next best thing, and this adventure motor that you wear on your back is your ticket to getting airborne quick. At Aviator Paramotor, our 2-week training takes you from zero to hero.
Sunrise this morning, it was beautiful. There was a thin layer of fog flying. It's just like all the stress and all that kind of just floats away. It's really peaceful.
From no experience to feeling confident and competent flying on your own. Let the team at Aviator Paramotor in Lake Wales, Florida teach you your new superpower of running into the sky. Classes are filling up quick, but there are spots available today, so call now. Side effects include, but not limited to, significant life changes, foot drags, ear-to-ear smiles. Find the extreme freedoms of ripping around the skies in your new adventure motor with friends.
And we are back here at Clarion County Airport, Appalachian Mountain STOL 2024. I'm Ryan Dabrowski. I'm joined by Cam Walton here in the booth, and we are having an insane day, an absolutely insane day. And we were wanted to give you a quick reminder. We were just talking about this. If you're in the crowd here in Pennsylvania, whip out your phone, go to nationalstol.com, and you can click I think there's a button that says Watch Now. You can also go to YouTube, go to Facebook, get your National STOL action, and you can actually watch what we're watching, so you can see the replays of the. There'll be a slight delay for you here in the crowd, but you can see the replays. You can see everything we're talking about, the onboard cameras, all that stuff. We'd love you to watch. You can also ask us questions in the chat. We'd love to chat with you there and answer any questions you have. We were just talking a little bit about eSTOL before the break, and I wanted to chat about it again. We talked about Flight Sim Expo, where Cam was announcing, but it's actually a full series. So, Cam, I don't know if you want to chat a little bit more about what you learned about like the actual eSTOL series. I know that they're going to be competing at this airport virtually in August.
Yeah. So the National STOL Series, the live series, all of the competitions that we're having live are happening in the eSTOL series. So if you want to, and at one point in the season they were ahead. So Swamp STOL was, I believe it was in January or late December, and then the actual Swamp STOL was in March. But now we've caught up. So here in August, we'll be at this location on online through Microsoft Flight Simulator with National eSTOL.
So there's a full series. You can go check it out, and I think it's kind of open to anyone to compete. Go to nationalstol.com and go to /chat, and you can get in the Discord server, and you can see that there's channels dedicated to eSTOL to learn more about how you can get involved, the scenery packs you need to download, the aircraft that are acceptable to fly in the competition in the various classes.
No helicopters.
No helicopters. The one I wanted to fly was the
Wilga?
No, the Wilga's awesome though. It was the Savage Ultra Shock.
Oh yeah.
The Ultra Shock Cub, and I was told that is not that's not permitted. It
is illegal because it performs way too well.
Way better, I think, than the actual real one was part of the issue. So that is something that you can probably see me and Cam participate in. We both have been getting pretty excited about it. We've announced for it. I want to go fly in it and keep things moving. But we are getting ready for the backcountry class again. Jerry Clemens taxiing past the booth, getting ready to go. Jalen Park should be just behind him. So yeah, check out eSTOL. It's a cool thing. Great gateway into aviation, just like RC, just like drones, just like all that stuff.
And it's taken very seriously too. I mean, we're not out there like nosing over planes on purpose or crashing or just putzing around or anything. It's a for real competition that they take very seriously.
Yeah, there's judges, rules, all that stuff. There's all the excitement of a competition. You watch it live on YouTube just the same way you watch these national STOL broadcasts, and people get really into it. The other cool thing is that some of the simmers take it so seriously, they'll actually fly an aircraft from where they live to the competition in the sim.
Absolutely.
Before the simulated competition. So that's really cool. Really fun to see all that passion for aviation. Let's check in on the weather now. I want to just pull this up and see where we're at with the rain system.
No, it looks like it's still fairly north of us. We're kind of sandwiched in between two systems, and it's not too bad.
Yeah, I think right now we've got the National STOL Weather Control device is working just fine. We do have some storms a handful of miles north of us, but right now we're in good conditions, good wind, and no rain. And it looks like it might just hold out that way the rest of the day, knock on wood. So hanging tight there, getting it all set to go. We are we're just getting ready for the backcountry class. Okay, so here we go. Backcountry class, you got Jerry Clemens again as a reminder in that Aviat Husky, the red and black one. Jalen Park, the newcomer to the series in the Citabria, which is the yellow and white aircraft. Behind her in the touring class, you've got the heavies. You've got Sam Lavery in the 206. That's the white and black one. And then right in front of the broadcast booth, taxiing past you right now, is the Super Rebel, the red and white one, piloted by Luke Strandling. So we're going to see what they can do. Let me talk you through the standings. Right now in backcountry, Jerry Clemens, lowest score of 221. Jalen Park, combined score of 606. I'm excited to see what she does. I know you're rooting for it because you've got the champ at home.
Yep.
She's improved every single run. Has gotten shorter and shorter and shorter, at least by looks like around 20 feet was the best. I mean, she dropped over 130 feet between her first and third run. So excited to see her there in the touring class. Sam Lavery and Luke Strandland in an all-out dogfight, just 9 feet separating them.
There's all kinds of excitement happening today. Jerry Clemens coming up to the line. And he's bringing the tail up.
Woo!
All right.
Jerry Clemens not afraid to get that nose low, get that prop a little bit closer to the grass. It's not as close as you think it is. It takes a lot to get the prop in the grass, but he's not afraid of getting that nose down on that takeoff run. Here is Jalen Park in the 1979 Citabria. A big cost difference between those two aircraft, by the way. She's on the roll, keeping that rudder moving, stick back, and she is off. That was like a textbook tail wheel landing in the tail wheel takeoff, excuse me, on the Citabria there by Jalen.
It's like a little bit over 225 maybe. We got 237 for Jalen Park.
Sam Lavery
in the 206.
Getting it off short in that beast of an airplane. His best takeoff so far, 173. Luke Strandland in the Super Rebel up against him on the line. He's on the roll, getting that tail nice and high. He's still holding it up and back. And
all right. It looks almost about the same as Jalen's takeoff. We'll see here in a moment.
Jerry Clemens turning base 2 final now. Sam Lavery best takeoff. Oh, the score just disappeared. We'll double check it in a second. Yeah, takeoff of 190 feet, so not his best, but still quite short. Luke Strandland with 234. That'll be his best one so far. So good job for Luke there. Jerry Clemens, not his shortest takeoff. His shortest was 103. This one clocking in at 123. And Jalen Park, not her shortest either. Her shortest was 195. This one 237. But the big place for her to improve is on the braking distance. Jerry Clemens over the line, plopping it in. No reverse pitch, just heavy on the brakes. Classic landing for Jerry Clemens.
And the numbers are coming in 144 for a combined total of 267 for Jerry Clemens.
So not an improvement on his best, but still a really respectable run. Part of why we spaced these runs out today, right? You've got 3 and 2 separate versus just 5 in a row, is because the pilots were saying, you know, I'd love to get a little taste of those conditions if they vary, you know, morning to afternoon. So splitting it up this way gives them more variability. Here's Jalen.
Wow, Jalen, excellent control over the line. She didn't scratch. Almost looked like she would, but she had absolute control over that landing.
This is like, again, like textbook flying. If you were to own a Citabria, you would be lucky to have the skill to pilot that way, that smooth, the way that Jalen is right now. It's just textbook. I don't know why I needed to say it 3 times, but that's what it is. That's what we saw there for Jalen. Here is Sam Lavery now, just coming in there, crabbing a little bit into that crosswind from the left.
Let's see if he's going to plop it in, and he does. Doesn't give up much either.
Get it stopped, buddy. There we go.
Yeah. All right, looks like just a little bit over 225. I'm going to say 230, maybe 229.
Luke Strandland now high and to your right. Coming in that Super Rebel.
Sam Lavery with a 228 for a combined total of 418 on that last run. That's going to be his best run. As we watch Luke Strandland come in with the Murphy Super Rebel.
So the Super Rebel 4-seat aircraft, ton of cargo space. This is an aircraft with a cruise speed of 145 miles an hour.
It'll get you there. And the family.
And you see him on floats a fair amount, I would expect. Holding it off. Oh, no. I was excited. I was like, oh, if he gets on the power, he might be able to save it, even though he touched the tail down. But that's a scratch for Luke Strandland. And Sam Lavery, guess what? We're in the lead now. Sam Lavery with 418 on that last run.
I mean, he's doing some things.
He's doing some things. 418. Luke Strandland with 440. Jerry Clemens at the line for his final run of Appalachian Mountain STOL. He's just not afraid to slap that tail wheel down.
It's looking like 150 maybe, but $136, okay.
Jalen Park in the Citabria. This airplane can also do the loops, the rolls. It's totally aerobatic.
In fact, that's what Citabria is spelled backwards, aerobatic. But not aerobatic, just
aerobatic.
Aerobatic.
There you go. You got your trivia of the day in, folks. Here in the touring class now, Sam Lavery, your current leader, new to the circuit. Nice takeoff, just holding that tail right over the grass for Sam Lavery.
You might want to invest in that tail skid that Brandon has.
Yeah, that little bit of protection back there. Brandon's not afraid to make a huge divot with that thing. He's ready to go.
We've seen it.
Luke Strandland. Tail high, yanking it back. Just a little early for Luke Strandland. Right around the 225. That may be his best takeoff, actually. Saving it right for the end. Let's see what it comes in at. We'll wait for that score to come in. While they go around, I wanted to talk about one of our sponsors this season, Red Tag Art. Yeah, 224 for Luke Strandland. That's his best, so he can take it back now. If he gets a short landing, he can unseat Sam and take first place back there. Let's talk about Red Tag Art. So Red Tag Art is a company that takes red-tagged aviation items. These are aircraft parts that are no longer viable for use, and they create innovative and handcrafted art and home goods from that. So each new design starts with a red-tagged aircraft part, seeing it for what, not for what it is, but what it could be. So they've got everything from bottle openers made from valve covers to coffee tables made from turbine engines, everything in between. It's really cool stuff. Check out redtagart.com. Here's Jerry Clemens low on approach, holding it on the prop. Woo.
All right. Man, that was close. Or at least it looked like it from here.
Not working the beta thrust. Doesn't really need to, though. That was a nice and short one. Jalen Park to your right, coming in a little bit higher this time. And while these pilots are putting on a great show for you, I want to remind you again, nationalstol.com/vote. nationalstol.com/vote.
Vote for your favorite. Oh,
healthy scratch for Jalen there, which is a bummer because I think that was her best. Was it her best? It wasn't her best takeoff. So she's going to hold her own at 572. And Jerry Clemens going to hang on in first place with 221. Here is in the touring class now, Sam Lavery. Currently in first place with 418. He's got his best takeoff so far. Gave up a lot of distance. He's just going to slide into home plate there. A lot of energy coming in on that one. A lot of energy to dissipate. Making those brakes and those, I mean, frankly, the brakes weren't doing any work anymore. It was just the tires sliding over the turf.
I'm going to say 305, maybe 308 on that landing for him.
309.
Okay.
Man. Good eyes. And here's Luke Strandland kind of hovering it in there. Again, he has a combined score of 440 to Sam Lavery's 418, but he did have his best takeoff so far with a score of 224 on this takeoff for Luke. So if he can get it stopped short, he's got a chance to take it back. Here he goes.
High alpha. All right, yeah.
Oh, very short. Very short.
Oh.
We got to see what the math comes in on this one.
I'm going with sub 200 for sure. $199.
So it was close, but no cigar for Luke Strandland with a combined score of 423. 5 feet apart in the touring class. That is some racing. That is some flying. Holy moly. So we are wrapping up. We are going to take a quick, short break, and we'll be back with the Busch and touring class competitors in just a minute. back, everybody, here at Appalachian Mountain. So you guys having fun? I know these folks in the green shirts are having fun. Thanks for coming out, everybody. Thanks for watching at home. What an incredible backcountry and touring class. Come on over here, folks. Let's chat. I ran over here. I'm very out of breath. Yeah, Jerry's out of breath, too. Jerry, let's talk real quick about how that went for you. 5 runs. You said it was perfect conditions. How were the last 2?
The only thing wrong was the pilot. Everything else was great.
Okay, very good. Jalen, come over here. I want to talk to you real quick. First time out at National STOL? And what do you think so far?
It was amazing. Everyone's super nice, and this was such a fun thing to get myself out there to go do.
Any things we're going to see you back?
Hopefully soon.
Let's give it up for Jalen and Jerry. Take some bravery to come up against this guy in your first time out. You know how the scores ended up in the backcountry class? All right, you guys know, right? I told you. All right, act surprised. All right, so in second place with a combined score of 571, Jalen Park. Get up here. Where's the 2? Yeah, you figured it out. And with a combined score of 221 feet, everyone give it up for Jerry Clevens. First place. We're getting a little thing ready for you guys. Jerry, do you have any advice for, I'm going to just kind of stand awkwardly underneath you. Do you have any advice for Jalen as she moves forward in the class?
Well, the next time she comes up on the podium, she might want a rain suit.
Uh-oh. Everyone, give another round of applause for Jerry and Jalen. J and J, you guys are going to be on tour together, right? Very good. All right, everyone, put on your raincoat. It's time to celebrate. Woo! Round of applause. Nice work to our backcountry class. Great work. Okay, let's talk touring class now. Come up here, guys. By the way, this is, if you're from the FAA, there's no alcohol in that. It's just cider, so before anyone gets upset. All right, do you guys know how it ended up? Oh, they legit don't know. Okay, well, with a combined score of 423 feet, you're right, Luke Strandland in second place. But here's the problem, guys. Look how close it was. With a combined score of 418 feet. You were just 5 feet behind him, man, for Sam Lavery. All right, let's talk real quick. Been on the circuit for a while, super rebel, having fun with it. What do you think so far today?
It's been rough air, but it's been fun. It's fun flying in some headwinds for once. It seems like everywhere we go, it's either no winds or just crosswinds all the time. So it's been fun. Yeah.
Rock on, and beating the more steeled veteran by 5 feet. Any initial reactions? This is your first time out in National STOL, right?
Yeah, it is. Really learning the airplane was the big thing. But, I mean, honestly, he gave me a bunch of advice, like going high and not coming low. So, I mean, it's been a really cool experience.
Well, now here's the problem is there's someone else who flies a plane like that named Brandon Korn. Brandon, he's coming for you, man. All right, let's get up here, guys. Everyone, give it up for Sam and Luke in the touring class. Woo-woo! All right, everybody, thank you so much. We'll be back with more flying action in just a few minutes. We're going to get the engines turning again, and we'll be off with more action right after this.
I'd known him for years. And what
Justin is putting down improving scores every time. And he's dedicating himself to the sport this year, from my understanding, and that's exciting to see. You want a really relatable story, start following some of these rookies now at the start of the season and see what they do through the end.
Yeah, I've really only been able to practice for about 5 months in the airplane that I built. And so the Xena 750, it's a hand-built airplane that they sell. It comes match hole drilled, and you get all the pieces, like a big Lego kit. Yeah, a lot of people know I fly an auto conversion, and so I have a Honda 1.5-inch engine for Viking aircraft engines. It's different, you know, I don't run on avgas, I run on regular unleaded, and has a gearbox, all that stuff, and so it's been fun, and so I've been learning it. It's a little bit of a learning curve, but it's been awesome. Aviation gives you a family. When you come into this world, you have a family, right? For me, aviation has kind of been my pickup family. You know, I don't have a lot of family still out there, and so the first event that I came to, they took me in, started talking to me like I'd known them for years. And what I've noticed is that's just how aviation is in general. Everyone struggled somewhere in their life to get into aviation. You didn't have enough money, you didn't have the training. And so I want people to know that, man, I did it. You can do it. I don't care about first place, third place. I want that most improved. I know it sounds silly, but for me that means, man, we've got something that I'm gonna wear around with pride and just say, look, man, I was there. I know you're scared to maybe get out here and compete, get there, because you never know where you're gonna be. My name is Justin Tisdale. I'm flying a Xena 750, flying in the sport class.
Justin is putting...
I am out of breath from that run. Cam, any thoughts? So cool to see. Here's Jalen taxiing up in front of us.
And the Satavri.
Yeah, it seems like she's ready to go and doing some more flying for us.
Yeah. All right.
And let's take a look, just in case you missed it, we'll recap the scores of those two classes as our sport class gets mounted up. The official score is now in the backcountry class presented by Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance. Combined score of 572, Jalen Park. And a combined score of 221, Jerry Clemens.
And for the touring class, we have Luke Strandland with a combined score of 423 and Samuel Lavery with a combined score of 418, giving plenty of competition to Luke. But also at the same time, we like to see the 206 perform. I think he's going to give Brandon some, maybe not run for his money, but definitely make Brandon look good and make the 206 look good out here at National STOL Series.
We have the sport class firing up now. Remember, this is the Battle of the Highlanders. Headed into it, Dennis Rowe currently in first place with a best score of 157. Lee Boyd, though, just 3 feet behind him with 160. David Curley holding third place currently with a combined score of 174. And Chris Grewan in fourth with 246 feet combined. What's your prediction for this? I mean, we've got some breeze coming.
Yeah. So I think we're going to see some excitement. In fact, I know we're going to see some excitement. We're going to see better numbers than I think, than the first few rounds, at least with this class. I'm really excited to see what David's going to do with this wind and the grasshopper.
Yeah, I mean, David really, over the course of the 3 runs, I was pretty convinced it was just going to be David's match.
Mm-hmm.
And so that upset at the end of the first 3 of the first heat of this class was something else. In the end, you're going to keep saying it, there can be only one in the Highlanders. But here's the thing. Wouldn't it be something for Lee to just be like, actually, it's mine?
Yeah.
I'm the shortest.
That was a show in the 80s. No one cares. Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of people over there. I was just over there. I met all the people, Cam, and there's a lot of them that were born in the 80s. They know what's up.
Yeah.
If you were born in the 80s, let's hear you in the crowd.
Woo! That's me, too.
I didn't feel like I didn't hear anything. I feel like it's just you and me. We're the only 80s babies here. All right. There's David Curley on the screen at number 11. in the Grasshopper, getting ready to go. Love these Highlanders. You said earlier, Cam, that you love the way they look.
Yeah, they have great
And
lines.
I think I almost feel like I like them because they look different.
Yeah.
Like they're a little weird looking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's part of why I like them. They remind me a little bit of like a Storch.
Yeah.
Like a little Storch.
Like Levi's Storch.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. Like a lot of glass.
A lot of glass, high wing.
High visibility.
Pretty high setup off the ground, most of them. I know that's also coming from the tires as well, but they do set pretty high.
I'm not super nimble, so I don't know about climbing up into it. That would be difficult to climb into those things. You got to do some
STOL yoga.
STOL yoga, I love it. Hey, while they're getting ready to go, folks, don't forget to go visit our friend Sarah over in the National STOL merch tent. We've got a lot of cool things you can pick up. Just hearing that the wind, try again. The winds are 230 at 9, so that's good. That's almost right down the barrel for us.
Yeah.
So you're right. What's Dave Curley going to do with this wind in the supercharged 912? And I was going to say, check out the merch. That's what I was talking about. And you can wear great hats. That's the other thing. Great hats. Where's my great hat? Oh, it's on the ground here. You guys, check this out. I'm not going to wear it right now, but let's put it. Maybe we can get on screen. Look at this. Got these hats, National STOL hats, new for this season.
Nifty.
And what's great about them, I have a giant head. I have a giant head, and they fit on my giant head. And the other thing is they breathe really well in the white. Someone, race control is trying to say something in my ear. What? Something about. Oh, veteran-owned company. Yeah, that's important. Sorry. I was like, what are you saying to me? Yeah, so we got, these are very breathable, very water-resistant. It's got the National STOL logo on the front. You can pick one of those up over in the tent. Here's Sport Class now, taxing to the line. And whoa, look at
Oh, David Curley's got his lights on.
He's got his little flashing lights there. I never seen that before.
Yeah, he installed them right before Sun and Fun. So when we were at the STOL Corral, or the Bushville Base Camp, he turned them on at night, and it brought a lot of attention between him and Jay Stanford with his LEDs strung all over his aircraft.
Jay Stanford, I'd love to see him competing in National STOL again. He
Yeah.
was one of the early guys, and he's putting in work with his aircraft. I actually mounted GoPros in his plane once, and one of the nuts that hold on the GoPro mounts broke off, and it fell. And he's like, "Guess what, Ryan? A part of you will be in my plane forever because I'm never going to find that thing." So somewhere in the belly of Jay Stanford's airplane is my little tightening nut for my GoPro mount, and I fly with him on every flight now.
That's awesome.
So
shout outs to Jay. We got a green flag, which means we have a race or a competition.
Again, heading in, Dennis Rowe holding that 157, 3 feet behind him, Lee Boyd. David Curley with what seemed like an unfathomable 174 in third. He's going for it.
All right.
You got to think those lights at least 3 or 4 horsepower. David Curley's best takeoff was 57 feet, but was paired with a scratch. We've got some wind on the nose.
We got Dennis Rowe now with his wigwag lights.
That takeoff for Dave Curley, 104. Sub 100 feet for Dennis Rowe with the Yamaha on the nose. Just saw winds currently 230 at 9. Chris Grewan looking to tighten it up a little bit.
we go with Chris. On the roll, nose coming up. And we're looking maybe sub 150, maybe 150.
So we've got nice wind on the nose, but now we've been talking so much. I don't remember what the wind was during their first 3 runs. If we've got more or less than we did this morning, we're seeing distances that are longer than this morning. 144 there for Chris Grewan. Lee Boyd off sub 75. He's not messing around.
Was it 2:30 at 8, gusting 15, I believe?
This morning?
This morning.
That's a great memory you have on you, sir.
I think
so we're missing the gust.
Yeah.
We're missing the gust, which is adding some of that variability. That would make sense. And as they come around again, I want to remind everyone to come hang out with us. Sodbusters, the weekend before Oshkosh in Hartford, Wisconsin. That place is near and dear to my heart. It's where I learned to fly airplanes. And then mid-August, which is also going to be near and dear to me because it's going to be my birthday.
All right.
While we fly there. Mid-August, Rocky Mountain STOL in Pinedale, Wyoming. That's one that I have not attended yet, and I hear it's one of the best. The scenery, the hospitality.
The pictures were amazing last year.
So got to check that one out as well. Here's Dave Curley. Good over the line.
Right.
Heavy on those brakes. Get it stopped, Dave. Looks like we're sub 75 feet there, but he did have a 104-foot takeoff. Looking at these scores right now, if you're Dave, you're looking at this 3rd run from last time.
Oh,
that
you're kicking yourself.
57-foot takeoff that he scratched on would have cinched it for him, I think. So 177 and run 4 for Dave Curley. So not his best, but pretty close. Here's Dennis Rowe, low over the grass.
Oh,
and a
scratch
for Dennis Rowe. Still holding his own at 157. Chris Grewan with Lee Boyd stacked up behind him on final.
And the Just Super STOL that is for sale.
That's right. We can't forget. You too could fly like a master bush pilot once you learn how to fly these aircraft.
And do the STOL yoga to get into them.
STOL yoga. Love it. Yeah. Look at how wide those flaps are. So, folks, when we talk about airplane parts, it's the inward control surface. Here he comes in with a scratch for Chris Grewan, too. And I feel like the wind is lightened up a little bit. We've lost a few knots over the nose. So, yeah, we haven't done, Airplane 101 yet, but the flaps are the controls on the wing that are on the most inboard, the inside of the wing. And they increase drag, but they also increase lift, which is why you see them in the landing phase. Like you see Lee has those right now. While we're at it, ailerons are what are on the outside of the wing that control roll. Lee Boyd. Good. Oh, it's close one. I was about to call it good, but it looked like it was right on the line. He is stopped impressively short. Let's go to the replay. Look at this. Oh, I think they're going to call that a scratch. Right on the line for Lee Boyd with the scratch. That would have further held his own as the first place competitor. That would have been a combined score of 142 without that scratch. So still holding. Lee Boyd in first, Dennis Rowe in second, David Curley in third. But 3 scratches that run. David Curley on the roll, taking a bite.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're getting it shorter now. He had
Getting
104.
shorter.
Now I would say that was somewhere around 75 feet.
Yep.
And this is his last run. This is the last chance to take it back for David Curley. Dennis
57.
Rowe, currently your first place leader.
David Curley with the 77 on that takeoff.
He's on the roll, taking off, timed it pretty well.
Right.
Looks like just around 75 feet again for him as well. Chris Grewan.
Looks like the flags are saying yes for Chris.
Tail up and down, and he's off. Here's Lee Boyd, currently in second place.
Flaps coming down, nose coming up.
Where are we at there? They're all hanging out around that 75 plus or minus a few feet. Chris Grewan's takeoff 151. Where's Lee coming in? $83 feet for Lee. So here's the thing. It is the last run of the sport class, but let's be honest. David could bring this back with a real tight landing.
Yep.
Lee could take it away with a real tight landing. Just a little bit of wind on the nose and the right mix of brake and elevator, and you got it.
Yeah.
By the way, let's continue Ryan's Aviation 101 class. There's two other aviation flight controls we haven't talked about. Actually, do you want to take it to talk about the tail?
All right. Yeah, we can talk about the horizontal stabilizer, which is in front of the elevator. So you'll see on the flight surfaces that there's a non-moving part, and then you'll see the elevator behind it moving, which is different from like a fighter plane, like a F-22, which has stabilators, which the whole surface moves. We have the rudder.
Oh, wait. Oh, holding off. He did it. He's saying it was good over the line. He had that tail down, and he was dragging it. Look how short. They're calling it maybe 75 feet. So as he taxis away, check out what Cam's talking about. You can see the elevator is the part that controls the pitch of the aircraft, the up and down, and it's kind of pulled back a little bit there.
Just a little bit.
And he hit it full back on the landing, and you got to do that to keep the tail down while the brakes are trying to push the nose down. Dennis Rowe. Oh, boy.
And it's a scratch.
2 scratches for Dennis Rowe. Here's what I just noticed just happened, though. Look at this. David Curley tied with Lee Boyd for second place now with 160. So just 3 feet between first and second place, which is now a tie between Lee and David Curley. Chris Grewan now coming in on final. And the other thing that we've been talking about is the rudder.
The rudder, which is part of the tail. You'll see it wagging in the back, which will control the yaw or the vertical axis of the aircraft.
So it will go. Here we go. Here we go. Good over the line for Chris Grewan. Getting it stopped shorter, I think, than he's done so far. Maybe not, actually. Shortest for Chris Grewan was 130 in landing. And now it's all up to this. Lee Boyd, best score on the board, 160, surrounded by DQs, by the way. He's got Dairy Queens all over the place.
Dairy Queens.
On this scoreboard, but he's got the one that counts with him in second place, tied with David Curley. Can he edge Curley out? 83-foot takeoff.
Oh, looks like the wind dropped out.
Another scratch for Lee Boyd.
Oh,
4 scratches, 1 on the board, good enough for tied for second place. We're going to get them into position and tell them how it all ended up. We will be right back after this. And I got excited, and I got up from my seat to go to the podium, and race control just got in my ear and said, you know what? Actually, we've got to settle this tie for second. You guys want to see a runoff for second place between David and Lee Boyd?
Make some noise. Let's go. Yeah.
Someone's good at whistling over there. Whoever that is, congratulations. Okay. So we have a tie between Lee Boyd and David Curley for second place, currently both holding 160 feet. And the rules of the runoff being that they can't advance their place. They can only break the tie. So whoever scores best here will be second place in Appalachian Mountain STOL 2024 for the sport class. I like this tension.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
What's going to happen?
The quietness of the engines are adding to the, oh, no.
Okay. See what's going on there with David Curley. Okay, so we got the judges in our ears telling us what's going on. So David Curley, with that misstep on takeoff, they're going to call that a scratch, but it's not over yet. Lee Boyd needs to take off, do a pattern, and land without scratching, which I don't want to be cruel here. That is a thing that's been a problem for him today. He's got a lot of scratches, so we could be doing another runoff right after this if he scratches as well. So he's going to take off and land after the line, and he's got it in the books. But if he doesn't, we're back to where we started.
Let's go, Lee.
Good takeoff for Lee Boyd. He's going to be making left traffic to get back on the line. That is a bummer for Dave Curley. That's you gotta wonder what happened in the cockpit there. And And we're just all waiting silently here
Oh.
while Lee Boyd makes the pattern in his 2019 Carbon Cub.
Beautiful 2019 Carbon Cub with the P51 on the side. I'd like to say showing up with a J3 on the ramp gets you a lot of ramp appeal, but I think that aircraft, when it shows up somewhere, I'm pretty sure it gets mobbed.
Yeah, and everyone's wondering what the inspiration for the paint job was. Probably asking a lot about how much it costed. And he's making that base to final turn now, high and to your right. And if I am Lee Boyd, knowing what I just saw with Dave Curley, I am putting it down at like 175 feet from the line, right? Okay, okay. We're gonna, judges are in our ears telling us that they may allow Dave Curley to run again because he never left the ground.
So it's technically
there's a
not a
rule
scratch.
interpretation here, so they're waiting to see what's gonna happen. If Lee Boyd scratches here, we'll have to run them both again regardless. So I guess knowing that, if I were Lee, I wouldn't put it down at the 175.
I don't think so.
I'd still try to do a short.
He's bringing it in nice and slow. I just hope that wind doesn't drop out from under him.
Giving it that throttle, holding it off with the throttle. Here he goes, Lee Boyd. Holding it off, holding it off, holding it off.
There we go.
Good over the line and heavy on the brakes for Lee Boyd. Right around 100 and some odd feet. So his takeoff was 151. We'll see what the landing is, and it would appear that the judges are allowing David Curley to run. Getting those wheels lined up. He never left the ground is what I heard in my ear. Since he never left the ground, they're not going to call it a scratch. They're going to give him an opportunity to compete against Lee.
Glad we get to see that run.
Curley's off around the 100-foot mark. And now we have to watch him go around the pattern in one of the slowest airplanes that they make. Because that's what it's for, right? You want to be slow, you want to land slow, you want to land short. It's less about touring speed and more about where you can go in it.
So when Lee was in the pattern and Dave was across from us, lined up, engine idle, you couldn't hear it. It was absolutely silent, and you can only really just hear the wind. And now that we have Lee across from us idling, you can actually hear his prop. You can hear his engine idling, which is funny with the Rotax that that Dave has. So Curley has to beat 256.
256, the number to beat for David Curley. Lee Boyd putting down a longer takeoff but 100-foot landing. David Curley's takeoff, 98 feet. And he's just turned base to final. From Spicewood, Texas. Here he comes. Cam was talking about how quiet that Rotex is. He can probably hear you in the airplane. Give him a cheer. Hanging it all out. Hanging it all out. He's starting to descend. Hanging it out. Good over the line is what they're calling. Getting it stopped. 256, the score to beat. And I'm seeing a score of 170 feet for Dave Curley's 6th run, which would secure 2nd place for him, 3rd place for Lee Boyd. Let's go to the podium, and we will be right back after this.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these flying eyes glasses while we were at Oshkosh. We went and checked them out, and they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. And then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying eyes. Awesome glasses.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you guys see this guy in the red shirt? This is Ryan Dombrowski. He's the guy who's been talking your ear off. He's doing a good job? Yeah, there we go. All right, Ryan, you can do your job now.
I'll slip you $20 for that later, for that little burst to my ego. How about that sport class behind me, huh? Wait, where'd everybody go? Oh, he's still getting out of his plane. All right, come up here, gentlemen. That was a pretty good race. We even had a runoff for 2nd. You guys know, I'm not going to tease you with it. All right, here we go. Get up here, folks. We had a runoff for 2nd and 3rd place. And in 2nd and 3rd place were tied with 160 feet. And then we did the runoff, which you just saw. In 3rd place with a combined score in the runoff of 256, Lee Boyd. Come on up, Lee. Talk to me about how it was out there today.
Oh, it was pretty windy, but it was a lot better than yesterday. The conditions were a lot more favorable. The wind kind of died out on me, and the plane didn't want to come off the ground on that last attempt. I don't know what happened, but we're here and had a good time, and this is my, I think, 4th competition, so I think I'm improving a little bit every time, but there's some guys out there that, you know, they're to look up to. There's some really good pilots out there.
We had people trading places all back and forth today in the sport class, so it was a really fun one to watch. Thank you so much, Lee. Next up, with a combined score in the runoff of 170 feet, David Curley. Give it up for David. So we got to know what happened on that first takeoff attempt during the runoff.
That's the first time that's ever happened. We're running a computer-controlled ignition and fuel management system. I think I just hit it a little too hard, and it didn't like it, so it shut down.
So it just shut down, and you're like, I guess I'm still sitting here.
It's a safety feature, I think. It's helped probably save the motor from me doing something I shouldn't.
Gotcha. Any thoughts coming into Appalachian Mountain STOL sport class? We're going to see you later in the season?
Oh, absolutely. And this is the first time I've been this far north. So love this area. It's wonderful. Your summers are amazing compared to Texas. Absolutely. I'll be, I think Nashville might be my next event, though. It's a bit of traveling out of Texas to get to some of these, but I think I'm looking forward to that one.
Awesome. Yeah, come and check us out at Music City STOL in a couple months. Very good. Okay, we got to talk about first place. Get on up here with a combined score of 157. It's Dennis Rowe, and I want to say that number again because you guys are so loud. No one could hear me, green shirt people. Here's the thing, 3 feet, right? So you guys each had 160. This guy's 3 feet. Everyone go, ooh. Thank you. Wow, they're a good crowd. How was it out there today?
It was good. Little less favorable winds in the second heat, and I was going for the gusto there, trying to better scratch both times. But thank God the first heat held up.
Talk to us a little bit about that Yamaha Apex, because that's something that we're starting to see permeate in National STOL and in the STOL world in general.
It's been a wonderful engine. I'm coming up on 450 hours behind. Actually, I'm over 450. And I want to thank Skytrax and Till Jenkins at Skytrax for providing such a great gearbox for us. I call it a poor man's turbine engine. And what Till has done is allow a guy like me to afford a high-performance airplane without turbo or nitrous or anything. And we go out there with a normally aspirated engine and just feel the power. So just a glorious thing, and I thank Till and Yamaha for building such good equipment.
Well, great flying. You need a great pilot behind a great engine. Great flying today. Let's get up here, gentlemen. First, second, third. Got to celebrate. I'm gonna stay well away from this because something tells me this group's a little rowdy, or at least these people right here are. Get up there, guys. Let's go. Go ahead, everyone. Get a round of applause. Sport class, Appalachian 2024. Oh, come on. Give it a go. Maybe they've been sitting there too long. All right, everybody. That was the sport class here at Appalachian Mountain STOL 2024. We're back with the adventure and unlimited class right after this.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that helped build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
Well, Cam, that was an amazing sport class. In the end, we were right. There could be only one, and the only one was Dennis Rowe.
All right. Highlander love.
Highlander love. What's up next here at Appalachian Mountain STOL?
Looks like we have the adventure class coming up with Brian Steck and Jared Garrettson, along with the unlimited class with Keith Ling and Steve Henry. What are you expecting to see out of these two classes?
Well, I think here's the thing. We didn't see the full potential of Brian Steck, right? He finally got it dialed in on that takeoff, that 37-foot takeoff at the third run, but then scratched. And so I think it's still possible that Brian Steck will unseat Jared, but Jared's got a combined score of 73 feet.
Oh, that's a
which
ridiculous
is bonkers.
number.
Yeah, that's a silly number. And so that, I think, is really what we got to see. Brian's got 2 runs, maybe a little bit of wind on the nose. I feel like the wind was dying down more this morning when they were coming through. So it's still possible for Brian. I mean, 2 runs, anyone's guess. So here's the sport results, the sport class results, just to give it. And by the way, everyone, round of applause for Chris Grewan in 4th place, combined score of 246. David Curley and Lee Boyd tied with 160 with that decided with that runoff. Dennis Rowe by 3 feet. Holy cow. First place in the sport class here, Appalachian Mountain STOL in Pennsylvania. And yeah, Brian Steck, that I think I'm waxing poetic maybe a little too long about it, but I think it's anyone's matchup between Brian and Jared Garrettson there. Jared's holding his own, but Brian, I don't know if we've seen the full potential, and certainly we haven't seen the full potential in the season with High Strung. That's a brand new airplane. He's getting it dialed in. He's going to be tweaking stuff. That's part of what happens when you design and build your own airplane. There's a lot of work to do to get it all set up and ready to go. And I'm curious what he's going to do about the visibility issue. You know, he's flying a MOAC before, but more of a MOAC's not stock, right? But like a more stock MOAC, if that's even a term you can say. Yeah. And he was used to a certain amount of visibility. He's got less visibility now.
Yeah, you might want to put a camera in there that he can connect to whatever avionics he has in there. I'm not sure if he's got like a G1000 or something fancy like that, but he could totally connect the camera and be able to have at least something to taxi around with, or you know, maybe use it in the air.
Well, and there is a camera on the nose now, actually, if you go up and look. But I was talking to Brian, and I was like, oh yeah, you've got such a high angle of attack here. With angle of attack, by the way, is the angle between the wing and the wind, basically. I don't know if I described that succinctly enough. So the higher the angle, the higher the nose, the more the wing is angled against like the apparent wind, the more angle of attack. And that's what we talk about in STOL a lot. He's got a camera there on the nose behind the prop, but he said the resolution of the one he picked is not high enough to provide any meaningful benefit.
Yeah.
The other thing that I asked Brian about was, hey, he's like, the angle of attack provided by the slats is the other part of it, right? Like the nose is so high, he can get it so high and behind the power curve that he can't see over the nose, which isn't necessarily different than what he was flying before, but it's just more.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, what do you think the degrees of incline you know, what's the pitch degrees as you're doing that? And he's like, I don't know, man. I've never been able to look down at the attitude indicator, right? Because I'm working. I'm flying real hard at that point. And so that is an interesting little complication, too, there for him. So I think we're going to see, if we don't see it today, right, in the Badlands Traveler, we've been talking about, you know, Warhorse and what Jared and Jeff are doing in it. If we don't see Brian beat him today, I think there's a good chance that later in the season Brian starts really cleaning up once he gets more dialed in the airplane.
I agree.
What about unlimited class? I mean, what's your take on that?
I think with the unlimited class, I think Keith is going to compete extra hard. I mean, we've seen the numbers that he's produced so far. I mean, with his shortest takeoff of 62 feet, I mean, he's going up against Steve Henry. No matter what, he's going to give it his all. So I think that's what we're going to see. I think from Steve, what we're going to see is just classic Steve. I mean, no matter what he does, it's competitive.
Absolutely.
I had a conversation with him at Oshkosh 2 years ago, and I really understood his competitive nature because I told him myself, I was like, I love how you come up to the line, you point the nose into the wind. No one else was doing that, you know, the first little bit of National STOL.
Right, that's true.
That's something that he started, and now it's part of the secret sauce to do well. So talking to him about his competitive nature, talking to his crew chief, Josh Richling, like, they're both one and the same with how competitive they are, and Josh is just a mad scientist when it comes to building things for Steve's aircraft. So they're really doing some things out in Nampa, and I just can't wait to see what's about to happen, honestly.
So here they are taxiing past you. You've got Keith Lang up in front in the Super Cub, Brian Steck behind him in the MOAC. My voice is getting a little tired. I can't get as deep every
MOAC.
The MOAC. And then we've got Jared Garrettson in Warhorse, that Badlands Traveler. And by the booth right now, you can hear him gearing up, ready for battle in Yeehaw 8, Steve Henry. The innovation that happens, you said that before, talking about what they're doing in Nampa, the innovation that's happening there is really crazy. The other thing that I love to see is between the sports, we've got a green flag now for them as Keith taxis up to the line. How quickly and rapidly Steve Henry can change the aircraft depending on what his mission is, which sport he's competing in at that given time. Keith Lang in the unlimited class, in the Super Cub. Lone Wolf STOL. Looks like that engine burble, gurgle thing is still happening to Keith there. So he's going to roll out. Brian Steck on the line now in high strung.
He's bringing the noise.
Okay, there we go. And
wow.
Thanks to Brian Steck for throttling back. Just as a courtesy for us. Yeah. I was like, here comes the pain. No, we're good to go. Here's Jared Garrettson on the line. Jared Garrettson full throttle, tail up, taking a bite. Oh, a little too early. You saw him drop those flaps too, try to pop the aircraft into the sky.
It's still sub 75. That's just
still incredible.
So comical.
46-foot takeoff for Brian Steck, 64-foot takeoff for Jared Garrettson, and now Steve Henry on the line. I don't even know how to react to that. They're calling it 25 feet, I'm guessing. His best of the morning, 11-foot takeoff.
Waiting on the number to come in.
And I'm waiting to hear what's happening with Keith Lang's Super Cub.
It looks like it's idling over there. It doesn't look like he's got it shut down. If I can. Yeah, it's idling. Russ Keith saying, don't be too quick to write off Brian in that new Moac.
Right. That's I feel like I didn't write him off at all. I was saying it could be him. Wasn't that what I was saying? Russ. We know Russ really well. He's part of the nonprofit Airplanes and Coffee, and he's been on the mic a few times actually with me, and love the work he's doing.
I've got a Airplanes and Coffee wristband around my my lens on my camera over here.
I still need to become a card-carrying member of that organization. I keep forgetting. Sorry, Russ. That's why he's busting my chops. Burst Sticks, your friend and my friend from National STOL, is in the chat saying he's rooting for Jared in the Badlands Traveler.
Bursty. All right, dude, the mechanical Keith is out.
That is a big bummer for Keith. You see him there, shut down. Brian Steck holding it off, working that throttle.
Oh,
good
yeah.
Over the line, heavy on those brakes, looking to keep it totally balanced. That man knows how to balance the plane.
Yep. Looking like 73 feet. Steve Henry's last takeoff was 25 feet. You called it.
25 feet for Steve Henry. Let's go to the adventure class here. Brian Steck with 119 now. That's his best.
All right.
He's shorting up. Here's Jared Garrettson, short final. Tail down.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that was close.
That really was close.
I don't know.
I kind of want to look at that.
Here we go. On the replay. Tails down. Oh.
No, yeah, I think he made it.
I think he did make it. Holy cow. Couldn't have
All
been closer
right.
to the line than that for Jared Garrettson. 64-foot takeoff, 69-foot landing. Still not as short as we don't have quite the wind on the nose that we did, I think, when they were flying. Steve Henry holding it off.
Oh, yes.
Look at him dig into the dirt like that.
He's just got cleats on those things.
Look at this replay. There we go. Touching down.
Wow, it was past the line.
Like, I don't even know how you could get closer to the line than that. And then he's like ruining the turf with those bitey tires. Last night I was talking to Steve Henry. I was like, hey, you know, we said you had. He said, hey, I don't have nitrous. That's a myth. And you and I, Cam, I was telling you yesterday, he's got nitrous.
I think I said that too.
Yeah, and I was like, no, that's not. He's like, that's not correct. And everyone thinks I do because all the power I make. Nice flex. And then I was like, well, okay, so we'll fix that tomorrow. But then let's perpetuate a new myth about the plane. And he's like, oh, like definitely that we've got JATO rockets hidden inside. Here we go. Brian Steck. Look at that. Sub 50 feet for Brian Steck.
Sarah Henry in the chat. Hi, friends, miss you.
Oh, hey, Sarah Henry, daughter of Steve. Great to see her hanging out and watching.
We miss you too.
Jared Garrettson in the lead currently. Look at that. Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. He timed it perfectly that time. That flap deployment at the same time as pulling back, getting all that lift into one split second. Here is Steve Henry. He's just going to brute force it, right? His flaps are already down.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to horsepower it. I don't even know what's real. I don't even know.
That's going to be shorter than last time.
Yep. Hello to Wings over Wyoming, who's not surprising watching from Wyoming. Thanks for watching in the chat. And oh man, what an exciting finish for everybody here in Pennsylvania. It has been an absolute blast. And I want to give some thanks to a couple people while our aircraft are coming around in the pattern. One, we need to thank, and a round of applause for all the volunteers. There are countless volunteers that have helped bring this to you here at Clarion County Airport. Couldn't do it without you. Staff of National STOL making it happen. There's a whole team of people to Cam and I's right in the booth on the other side of this wall that bring the broadcast to you. It's a team of people running replays, running graphics, running the producing, running the scoring. They're all in there. Big thanks to them. Thanks to Cam for you for coming out and hanging out with me and being next to me and
having a great time.
Dude, it's been so fun. And thank you. Yeah, there's our broadcast team in the booth there. There we go. Wave guys real quick before we have to cut away for the plane coming in. Nice. And here we go. Brian Steck on short final.
You're right. He has such a high angle of attack.
Look at that. Look at how high that nose is. Oh, okay. He's good over the line. Heavy on those brakes. Woo, okay.
All
See,
right.
that's the thing. Brian, he's just getting started with this thing. Yeah. That's what he can do the first time out, right? Like, Russ Keith was joking. He's saying, you know, don't write him off. But that's what I mean. Don't write him off.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Brian Steck's best score, 99 feet. So we shortened it up to sub 100.
All right.
Jerry Garrettson's going to hold on to the lead with 73 feet. Let's see what he can do. He had a 41-foot takeoff.
Oh,
and a
scratch
for Jerry Garrettson at the end there. But that's all right. He's still going to hold on to first place. Yeah, kind of a healthy scratch for him, a few feet in front.
I wonder what it's like for his wife to be the headline judge and call the scratch for her husband.
I think there's a little sadness, or maybe a little like, hey, you seem pretty confident. Maybe we got to knock you down a peg. Yeah. I'm sure that's not what she's thinking. Here's Steve Henry, the final landing of Appalachian Mountain STOL 2024. Holding it up. Oh no, now he's got a balloon over it. He's gonna settle it in. He saved it. He's just gonna roll out. He knows.
Right.
He knows he has it. Look at this. Watch this in the replay. Touching down, power, and he's back. You can't. Not a lot of planes can just do that,
No.
and not a lot of pilots can do that. Have the reaction time to be like, whoops, I gotta give it the juice.
Absolutely. The split-second decisions.
Man, that was totally wild. Absolutely wild. We need to go over to the podium. But before I do, Cam, thank you so much for hopping on the mic with me. It's been awesome. Where can people find you and your stuff?
They can find me on Instagram at Cam Walton Images and the same on Facebook.
Well, check out Cam's work. He's an excellent photographer, also an excellent co-announcer. Can't thank him enough for being here with me. I'm going to run over to the podium. Let's get to the final award ceremony of the day. We'll be right back after this. Sweet.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights,
We've had it in all of our airplanes. Ever since we started with the Piper Saratoga in the early 2000s. We did the pulse oximeter and CO detector in there. We've upgraded to there. Now we have a Cessna 340 that I actually was talking to him in Germany last year, and he was like, oh, you got to put the cabin altitude thing in the plane. I said, well, send it to me. So we put it in there, and it actually is really nice. This aircraft flies above 18,000, 10,000 feet, so up to 23,000 feet the other day. The cabin altitude light comes on the manufacturer's panel, and boom, the CO Guardian comes on and says, all right, you're above 10,000, your cabin altitude is above 10,000 feet, so watch out. So it's kind of nice to have that redundancy in the plane. So for a pressurized aircraft, that is so important for me. I get that oxygen mask ready, make sure my oxygen is good.
And we are back, everyone, here in Pennsylvania in front of an absolutely epic crowd of really cool people. All of you are very cool. I got one cheer for that. I said all of you are really cool, and one, thank you, come on. And you're really cool at home. Thank you for watching. We got to talk about what we just saw, which was insanity, gentlemen. There's some insane things happening in National STOL right now. First, can I get Jared and Brian up here? We got to talk about the adventure class. Brian, first time out in the new plane. How's it going?
It's going good. There's definitely a future for that aircraft. So we'll see. I got to get my landings down better. Got to get my slow flight in a lot better. Just still trying to figure it out. Want to be safe with it. So I think my takeoffs are doing okay. So
yeah, the numbers are really. What was your best takeoff? Was 40 feet, I think, or your winning takeoff, 40 feet. That's insane in a plane that size.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Yep, that was the goal, trying to get the wing and everything designed to where we could get it off the ground quicker, and I have a multi-purpose plane for STOL Dragon for National STOL, and we love both of them, and they're just love to be here.
And it's also really loud, like really, really loud.
Well, I don't hear it in there very much. I mean, I've got on these nice headset, and I mean everybody tells me it's loud, but I don't hear it. Maybe somebody else ought to fly it.
Yeah, let one of these guys fly it, and you can be like, oh wow, it's so loud. Okay, Jared. Hanging out in the Warhorse, how was it out there for you today?
Man, it was a lot of fun. I was really shooting to not have any scratches today,
and I just came up and blew it on that last one. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I think there's a lot of performance left on the table, especially my landings. I finally started getting behind the power curve, getting comfortable with it on this last landing, and anyway, yeah, lots of fun to fly this airplane.
So what we saw a little bit at Moses Lake when Jeff was flying it, he had this crazy performance, and we said, well, what are the winds though? And I was like, well, it's like really high performing, and now today we've got less wind, and we're still really high performing. Anything to the internet haters you want to say?
Yeah, gosh darn. This thing, it's got a lot of horsepower, and that wing fly is really stinking good. Hopefully today was a little bit of a testament as to what this airplane's going to be capable of moving forward. And I don't know, I just want to see a bunch more of these get built and come fly with us.
Rad, rad, rad. Okay, let's give it up for our adventure class. Here we go with a combined score of 99 feet. Everyone give it up. Second place, Brian Steck. Get on up there. And then first place, combined score of 73 feet. It got tight at the end. 73 feet. Jared Garrettson, everybody, first place. Get on there, buddies. Let's give a big round of applause. Let's go, guys. Time to celebrate. They're complaining about how sticky they're going to get. So they're just spraying Eric. We found out today that Eric can run pretty fast just now. Okay. Well, they're finishing up their cider. Come over here, Unlimited friends. Okay, Keith, what's going on over there?
Well, the flight before this last one, I took off. Everything was good, but I had a little burble. I heard a little bit of noise right on takeoff and decided to say, nope, something ain't right, and I wasn't going to try and make that pattern. So I didn't have time to really check it out. Don't know what it is, but when I took off on this first time, it acted weird, and then all of a sudden I started smelling fuel. So I just cut it off right there. So better safe than sorry always.
Safe than sorry. Still got on the board though. And you said to me yesterday, like, I can't let Steve just get it. Someone's gotta try him. And then we joked, and it's our fault. We said even Steve Henry scratches sometimes, and you did a couple times. Yeah. So Steve, talk to me about how it was out there for you.
Oh, I had a blast. The air was good and squirrely this morning. That first time when I scratched, it dropped out of me harder than I've ever. If I didn't have the belts, I'd have hit my face on the panel. It dropped so hard. It might not look like that, but it was pretty rowdy. Then after that, I'm slightly nervous coming in. I scratched that one too, and thought, well, I got to get on the board. So I was pretty safe on that next one, I think.
I don't know if you guys heard. He said, "I got to get on the board," and Keith said, "You didn't have to. You didn't have to get on the board." All right, let me get the numbers, the final numbers here for you guys. With a combined score of 142 feet. Everyone give it up for Keith Lang. And with a combined score, every time I read your scores, my brain doesn't work. 56 feet. Whoa. Everyone give it up for Steve Henry. Get up there, guys. That's your Unlimited class for this weekend. Go ahead, guys. Give another round of applause, everybody. So while they enjoy the spoils of war, everybody, I got to say thank you so much to you at home, to all the people from all over the world that were watching us this weekend. And I got to give a big thanks to this crowd here in Pennsylvania. They were awesome. The threat of rain, they didn't care. They were here to show up for it. And we had a great round of flying. Again, thanks to everyone at National STOL. Thanks to all the staff, all the volunteers. We love you. We can't wait to see you just before Oshkosh, Hartford, Wisconsin at Sodbusters. We'll see you soon.